bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, we offer our humble obeisance to the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we welcome all of the viewers joining us across the world. For those of you tuning in for the first time to KAILASA's Nithyananda TV, welcome to the official TV channel of the greatest and only Hindu nation, Sri Kailasa. Sri Kailasa is a Hindu nation revived by Swamiji, which serves millions with a simple yet powerful way to experience and live enlightenment. It's at this time that we gather for the most awaited part of our day, the Nithyananda Satsang. For millions of us across the world, this is the time that we are preparing ourselves for the darshan of Paramashiva. No matter if we are getting ready for our day or if we are getting ready to go to bed, it's at this time that an alarm goes off inside of all of us, a sweet alarm reminding us to align back to the ultimate purpose in our life, enlightenment. Paramashiva has come down to planet Earth and manifested this grand Leela of his life for each and every one of us to come and be a part. Swamiji has taken the physical form and come down from Kailasa itself. And now that he is here, it is time we can celebrate his happening Now that we recognize that he is on planet Earth just for us, just for each and every one of us, and our fulfillment, super conscious fulfillment, which whether we know it or not, he has promised that he is going to fulfill. So truly, we have nothing to worry about. There's nothing to suffer about. There's nothing that we should age over anymore. As Swamiji beautifully says, my disciples never perish, as we are each a part of this grand Leela, the Leela of the Avatar. It is a blessing for us to celebrate his happening and spread the message of Sri Kailasa. I invite all of the viewers to take this time, this 2 hours before the Nithyananda Satsang, to take this opportunity to share on all social media platforms, in your personal blogs, in your Facebook profile, in Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, in all these platforms where we can spread the message of Sri Kailasa, spread the word that Paramashiva is on planet Earth, and he is here for each and every one of us. He is here for our super conscious breakthrough. What you can do is share this link on your Facebook profile, on YouTube, share it in WhatsApp, in your WhatsApp groups, in your Facebook groups. Share it with one and all, friends, family, even your enemies, because this is the way that we can enrich each and every one for the greatest happening on planet Earth. Let's do whatever we can to reach this message to the whole world and ultimately get us to the ultimate purpose in our life, enlightenment. For many of us, our purpose may still not be so clear. What we want in our life is not yet decided. The current generation of youth, of people aged 15 to 35, may desire success in their careers or a happy relationship. But still, how to get there? What is the best way? And how to guarantee success in both career or relationships? That's still a huge place of doubt, self-doubt, self-destruction, making it a extremely unstable foundation for youth of this day and age to take on the world. Nowadays, as the coronavirus pandemic is showing no signs of slowing down, and the standing institutions in place for a successful career or for creating happy relationships is slowly yet surely dissolving. People are asking themselves, how can we create what we want when it's dangerous for us to even go outside to the workplace or to school? And of course, relationships have become even more difficult to pursue with the social distancing which is in place in most countries all over the world. People might be looking for love, but all of that must now be enjoyed at a distance for the sake of the continued health of ourselves and our community. Institutions in place for our society are slowly collapsing and becoming redundant and irrelevant to people's lives, if not harming us directly. Life is slowly coming to a standstill. While this may be daunting for some of us, now is the perfect time to build our consciousness. Leave aside a career, relationships, whatever it might be. Let us build a consciousness which will help us evolve and help us become more powerful in life. Swamiji beautifully tells us life is not about what you do. Life is all about the powerfulness that you feel. When you wake up, the powerfulness that you feel waking up, the smile that is on your face when you get up and get ready for the day, excited for the day, having a newfound inspiration for life. That is what truly defines a beautiful life. Over the last few months, Swamiji has continuously been revealing to us about the ongoing circumstance in our world. Swamiji revealed literally the Pralaya, dissolution is happening. Not physical Mahapralaya, but a large scale dissolution is happening. The Aghora Dandava Paramashiva is happening all over the world. Coronavirus has impacted many lives and it has impacted the livelihood of half of humanity. It has affected the lifestyle of the whole of humanity. In the Kurma Purana, it describes 4 different pralayas: the Naimitika Pralaya, Atyantika Pralaya, Nitya Pralaya, and all of these tell us about a time of great dissolution that is happening. Till December 14th, the Pralaya is going to be continuing. What is going to withstand this whole Pralaya and what will melt down only will be clear after December 14th. There are 7 ways that Pralaya actually happens: extreme earthquakes, fire, dust storms, extreme rain, floods, sandstorms, even man-made wars. And if you see, all of these have somehow manifested in the last 7 months in the year 2020. Never before in India have so many earthquakes happened in such a short period of time. The world is preparing itself for a superconscious breakthrough. It is just resetting itself. Swamiji says all social contracts will melt down, even legal contracts, and not just physical war, but extremely heavy digital wars will be going on. Swamiji recently expanded on the Pralaya and what it really means in the cosmic level, something that really blew through what we knew about our world around us. And thinking about it at this level really liberates us from the happenings, the bad news, extremely aggravating and stressful environment which might be brewing around us, and it helps us align more and more to having a superconscious breakthrough. Let's now watch what Swamiji had recently revealed about the happening of Pralaya on a cosmic level in the whole level of the universe.
Expansion of the universe accelerated is what I am saying as superconscious breakthrough happening. The universe is consciousness. It was expanding. Suddenly the expansion is accelerated. It is not the happening of the physical component alone. No. The happening is conscious. The place where the atheists and spiritual scientists differ is atheists are trying to say this whole cosmos is just accident or coincident of materialistic happenings. People who know the truth, rishis, inner scientists, who knows the cosmos from the great Hindu tradition, not only they are declaring very clearly, I tell you, all my disciples, I tell you from my personal experience, am telling you my personal experience in tune with the declarations of Veda Agamic Rishis and Paramashiva himself. Universe is consciousness. Isha Vashyamidagun Sarvam. Whatever exists is consciousness. The superconscious breakthrough is what the scientists are telling. Expansion is accelerated. Understand? The greatest good news for all my disciples, you can use this opportunity to get enlightened, to reach KAILASA. I tell you, all my disciples, for all of you, I give you this good news. Just plan your future with your hopes, possibilities, visions. Drop any fear. You do not have fear. You are not going to live your fears. You might have prepared yourself. See, hoping for the best, preparing for the worst is the way human beings function. Any intelligent human being functions. But for you guys, I tell you, just hope for the best and go on working for your best. You have no worst.
ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಗುಣ ಪಡಿಸುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿರೋ.
Sorry for the technical glitch. I'll repeat. Please listen. All my disciples, I should say whoever is ready to listen to me, whoever recognizes my identity and ready to listen to me, to all of you I am talking. Understand? Universe is going through a powerful superconscious breakthrough. Enjoy your future plans, hopes, visions, possibilities. Go on working for it consciously. Drop all the fears, delusionary blind spots. Listen carefully. Fears, unsubstantiated fears, forms a kind of a magnetic force to attract negativity in your life, and you start becoming frustrated, violent, murderous. The core mass for a murderer is unsubstantiated fear. Core mass for a non-violent being is Paramashanta Swarupa.
We're seeing Pralaya happening in various locations across the globe. One of the attributes of the Pralaya is extreme weather and natural disasters. Even as of 10 days ago, we are seeing this happen in real life. In the BBC News, you can see the link. In China, officials say about 5 million people in Zhejiang province in China have been affected, with over 1 million evacuated to safe places. Lekima made landfall in the early hours of Saturday in Wenling, between Taiwan and China's financial capital, Shanghai, packing strong winds and heavy rain. Another aspect of Swamiji has talked about is the famine affecting the world now. In an article by The Guardian, they describe the world is facing widespread famine of biblical proportions. Because of the coronavirus pandemic, the chief of the UN's Food Relief Agency has warned with a short time to act before hundreds of millions to starve. More than 30 countries in the developing world could experience widespread famine, and in 10 of those countries, there are already more than 1 million people on the brink of starvation. Sir Davis Basley, the executive director of the World Food Program. We are not talking about people going to bed hungry, he told The Guardian in an interview. We are talking about extreme conditions, emergency status, people literally marching to the brink of starvation. If we don't get food to people, people will die. So yesterday, during satsang, Swamiji declared KAILASA. It's a message from Paramashiva for all of you. Not only you sail through this pralaya to have super consciousness breakthrough. What do I mean by the word KAILASA? With the word KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. Literally enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out of your couch. For couch potatoes, Swamiji says, Kailasha is the solution that Swamiji has guided each and every one of us to protect ourselves from the pralaya and its effects, such as the pandemic fatigue. You can become involved with your local sangha for waking up at Brahma Murta for yoga, doing puja together, and watching satsang and doing power manifestation. The Swamiji told us yesterday in the evening, the power of satsanga can raise you to Kailasa directly. Whether whatever knowledge, Swamiji says, I received from my gurus, perfected it by living and manifesting it, and perfecting the science of teaching by teaching it to millions of people from all across countries and regions, gender, color. This whole science coming customized to you free of cost is Kailasha. We were providing this service for many years. Now we are expanding it to 108 time zones in an organized way. If you want to sign up as an Kailashavasi, you can register now at kailasha.org/e-passport. Swamiji has guided us that We must infuse intense consciousness, peace inside you and into the whole world. That is the only thing we can do, especially now during this pandemic time. The only thing all of us can do is bring more and more unclutching and more shanti, peace through unclutching. Unclutching is a space of complete restful awareness where you are not clutching onto any thought, emotion. Most of us are prisoners of our past. We repeat the behaviors we are familiar with. The result in the feeling that life is repetitive and boring, that we never experience anything new. When we unclutch, each moment becomes fresh, exciting, and filled with possibility. When you are not transferred the stress and load created by one thought to the other thought and carrying that load constantly, please understand, usually you transfer the load and stress you create by one thought to the other thought. And when you're constantly transferring these emotions to one thought to the other, your inner space become insensitive and loaded with so much of emotions. So it naturally sinks to depression, restlessness, boredom, and all negative emotions. Unclutching is not connecting one thought and all the negative emotions. Unclutching is not connecting one thought to the other thought, carrying the same stress and emotions. When you unclutch, you stop carrying the stress and negative emotions from one thought to the other thought. When you don't carry the stress, suffering, and negativity and pressure, restlessness from one thought to the other thought, naturally you experience peace and bliss. Swamiji recently gave us a new definition, a new way to unclutch and experience Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So let's also learn that new approach to unclutching. Let's watch a small clip that Swamiji taught us.
consciousness in his own way. I am telling you, today I was in such samadhi and ecstasy. I literally pulled myself out of my seat and made me sit here just to connect you all with the bliss of samadhi, nirvikalpa samadhi, I tell you. பில்லியர் டாலர் கொடுத்தா கூட சரிடா, 10 நிமிஷம் இந்த சமாதியை விட்டு இறங்கி வர மாட்டேன்டா. கள்ளுஞ்சாராயமும் கலந்தே கொடுத்தாலும் கடைத்தேற முடியாதப்பா. கடந்த பெருமான் தன்னை கண்டு கடந்து உள் இருக்கும் நிர்விகல்ப சமாதி கண்ட சுகம். One of the biggest enemy stopping you experience nirvikalpa samadhi is your self-criticizing pattern. See, you strongly believe you have not achieved oneness, nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching, completion, because there is a definition for that state and that definition is not manifesting in you. You are such a, first of all, any person who thinks there is a definition for nirvikalpa samadhi, there is a definition for oneness, is a fool. Your mind cannot grasp even the definition. Forget about using the definition as to measure whether you achieved it or not. You can do only one thing. Continuously remember to surrender, consciously declare to Mahadeva, Paramashiva, I am consciously declaring. Manifesting in me only you can do. Ramana Maharshi beautifully sings in Aksharamanamala. Aru kavenai andanai agattidil agilam vazhittidum arunachala. அகம்புகுந்தீர்த்துன் நகக்குகை சிறையாய் அமர்வித்ததென்கொலோ அருணாச்சலா. That whole scene is actually in Madhurabhava. One of the wives of Krishna, when she was with the parents but she was in love with Krishna, she doesn't know how to run away from the home and marry Krishna. So somehow she sends message to Krishna that, please take me with you. Then Krishna plans and goes, and as per his plan, he gets her and marries her. This is the exact scene, mood with which Bhagavan is describing at least the first few verses. ஆறு காவினை அண்டனை அகற்றிடில் அகிலம் வழித்திடும் அருணாச்சலா. இப்பழி தப்புனை ஏனினை பித்தாய் இனியார் அருள்வார் இனியார் விடுவார் அருணாச்சலா. அகம்புகுந்தீர்த்துன் அகக்குகை சிறையாய் அமர்வித்ததென்கொலோ அருணாச்சலா. This whole scene of Krishna and Krishna's wife that's exactly the thing which happens in life. The Krishna's wife is an individual soul, all of us. Krishna is Paramashiva. We can only declare to Paramashiva, Prabhu, I am here, I want you to be with me and I want to experience oneness with you. How he will manifest in us, only he knows. If you have a scale, how he should manifest in you, and using that scale, if you beat yourself with the self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, you put yourself more and more in suicidal arrogance. I tell you, suicidal arrogance is worse than depression. I'm not supporting depression. I'm only saying it's worse than depression. I'll tell you precisely, exactly right attitude. Declare to Paramashiva, Prabhu, really, I personally do not know much about the way you exist. But as per your declaration in Vedas and Agamas and my Guru's confirmation, I have some idea about how you exist. Whether that idea is complete or not, I do not know. But what I know as me, I surrender unto you. I offer me to you. Please, you take away me in you. You radiate. Let you alone exist. Let me experience absolute oneness, nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching, complete completion, or whatever the highest state. I may not know the name or words to describe. Let me experience that. Declare it consciously. Remember one thing. Even if you are consciously enjoying somebody swimming, his brain activity, his neuron activity is mirrored in you. Even ordinary swimming, his neuron activities are mirrored in your brain. Can't you understand the great cosmic experience, existence, Paramashiva, when you surrender to him, will his neuron activity not mirror in you? Don't you understand? When you pray, when you decide to have feeling connection, when you declare to have oneness with Paramashiva, be assured simply his neuron activities mirror in your brain. How it should, you don't put a condition. Once you surrender and declare, whatever is happening, decide to know very clearly that is he manifesting. If you are even feeling irritated, what can be done? That is the way he is manifesting. Whatever he is manifesting. Go with that peacefulness, Shanta Swarupa. Then he sinks deeper and deeper into your being. Your being sinks deeper and deeper into his existence. Just to tell you the signs of Samadhi, I came out today from Samadhi. Do not have your own expectation how the after effect of your surrender should be. Don't have your own idea about how Paramashiva should react for your surrender. Don't think immediately you should just appear. Oh, my son, come on. I am here to take you to Kailasa. Come. You will say, no, don't take me that fast. Just now I got a new girlfriend. So don't expect how his reaction should be. Understand? Every surrender, every time, naturally his manifestation in you gets intensified.
The global Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna was in its 76th day to give the world superconscious breakthrough and heal the whole world from the coronavirus pandemic. People from over 50 countries gathered and have been doing the continuous space of unclutching meditation, continuously radiating the space of Paramashiva for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this started on May 13th and has been going continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since then. Yesterday, on the 76th day of the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna, 137 people from all over the world gathered from 50 countries and collectively meditated for 8,220 minutes for peace. Every language gathers and in groups conducts sessions where for 1 hour they chant Mahavakya and then Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita for 1 hour, and then they go into the hours of unclutching. You can also join this grand movement moving towards healing the coronavirus pandemic, healing the world from so much of suffering that is going on, and bringing the super conscious breakthrough. Swamiji has made unclutching so easy for us. Just a simple declaration, and never going by our own definition of how Paramashiva will manifest in us, just simply unclutching from that, even that idea that we have of how he should manifest in us. In this way, just sitting for 1 or 2 hours a day for unclutching can become so healing inside of you, bring so much of completion for yourself and all the people around you. Just through unclutching, the whole world can change. Minutes for Peace is something that has been inaugurated actually since 2012 with over 1 billion minutes. 1 billion minutes is if you sit continuously for over 2,000 days. But when we all do the meditation collectively together, all that punya from all of the collective meditation benefits each and every one and each and every individual that is doing it. That is the significance of doing it along with others, as Swamiji himself has said. So you can join this movement for unclutching and giving super conscious breakthrough to humanity, shifting the gears of the whole universe from this Pralaya into the new world order, and continuously radiating this space of enlightenment and unclutching from a space of quantum entanglement with Paramashiva. Today, as we are exploring the autobiography of the Avatar, the life story of the Avatar, we left off yesterday exploring and understanding the Avatar's time in the Ramakrishna mission in Mylapore, Chennai. At this time, Swamiji was around 16, 17 years old. Today, the avatar takes groups of devotees on periodic pilgrimages to spots that include even the Himalayas Ghats, where he wandered and realized his avataric mission in the year 2000. During his wandering in the Himalayan Ghats, he had the darshan of Mahavatar Babaji, the immortal being and embodiment of Shiva, who appears to chosen devotees in the enchanting trail from Gaurikund to Kedarnath. Kedarnath is a temple of the Puri Parampara, to which our order, the KAILASA's Nithyananda Sannyas order, belongs. And Maha Avatar Baba is one of the gurus in this lineage. Mahavatar Baba is also Paramahamsa Yogananda's Paramaguru, or the Guru's Guru, in his lineage through Yukteswar and Lahiri Mahase. Swamiji tells us that divine experience of having the very darshan of this ethereal being who has lived for more than 2000 years, Mahavatar Babaji. He says, this is the place where Swamiji had the darshan of Mahavatar Babaji, Kedarnath. Once, for 45 minutes, Mahavatar Babaji walked in this marketplace at Gaurikund, and people saw him when he was in the reduced intensity of his frequency, so that people could see him and have his darshan. Mahavatar Babaji, who exists even today in a higher frequency, he reduced his frequency so that people can have his darshan. The longest ever that people have witnessed the darshan of Mahavatar Babaji was a full 45 minutes. And this news was even published in newspapers. Swamiji had the darshan of Babaji in a place above Gaurikund. Among sannyasis, for every parampara or every lineage, there is a temple which the whole community should visit at least once in a lifetime. Puri Parampara, Kedarnath is that temple. The KAILASA's Nithyananda Sannyas order is belonging to that Nirvana Akhada and the Puri Parampara. So the Kedarnath temple is the temple for us. And Swamiji says that whoever is initiated by Swamiji, whoever has taken the healer's initiation, has to visit the Kedarnath temple at least once in their lifetime. This is the Kshetra Devata, the deity of the chosen location. It is a beautiful place, and the route is always kept safe so that there is no difficulty going there. The route is completely controlled by the army, and they even assist people to get to the Kedarnath temple. This is the very place where Shankaracharya, great incarnation of Paramashiva, left the body and attained final ultimate samadhi. His energy resides there. All of the 5 Pandavas also left their bodies there. And this is the only stone temple amongst the 4 Chardham Kshetras that Swamiji takes people on when he was doing the Himalaya Yatras from as early as 2004 until 2012. Amongst the Jyotirlingas, where Shiva is worshipped as light, this is the northernmost temple, while Rameshwaram is the southernmost. Kedarnath is a powerful energy center. There's every chance that if you visit there, you may have the darshan of Mahavatar Babaji. He is very casual and gives darshan to so many people. A simple prayer and he can come down and bless you. Just you have to pray intensely and he may give you the darshan. He will appear to be around 20 to 25 years of age. His feet will not touch the ground. He will wear only one orange-like cloth around his waist. And there are records that he wears a white towel also. Paramahamsa Yogananda also writes that he wears a orange towel if he feels that somebody is a seeker, he immediately appears voluntarily. Mahavatar Babaji gave the name Nithyananda to Swamiji. Swamiji, during around the years 1998 and 1999, he was staying in a cave near a Kalabhairava temple about 3 miles from Gaurikund on the way up to Gaurikund. Of course, Swamiji himself describes himself as a real intellectual. He says that he is a hard nut. And when he saw him, when he had a darshan, he at first didn't believe that was truly Mahavatar Babaji. He had read somewhere that it has been 2,500 years since Mahavatar Babaji was living in the physical realm. So then when Babaji had appeared in front of him, Swamiji caught his hand to see if Swamiji was hallucinating or he was dreaming or if it was really him. He poked his hand and Babaji laughed. Swamiji says, I could see him very clearly. I understood he's laughing because I was testing him. He laughed and said to Swamiji, Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Now, of course, at this time, Swamiji didn't understand what he meant by that. Swamiji said that he thought he was asking him to go and see someone by that name. Go and look for somebody named Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. But little did Swamiji know at that time that he was actually naming him. Swamiji describes the next moments. He says, I wanted to ask him the next question, like where the person is, what to do with him. But then Mahavatar Babaji just smiled and walked into my body. I was scared. I moved and gave way for him, but he entered into me and he didn't come out the other side. I turned and I saw he was not there. It was as though he simply merged into me. Swamiji says that at that time in his life, he was seeking an enlightened guru. He says, I was intensely praying for one. I never prayed to Babaji. I didn't even know that he was in Gaurikund. I knew he was in the Himalayas. When I read Paramahamsa Yogananda's autobiography, I learned that he lives there in Gaurikund. And any person clad in kavi whom I saw, I would have the desire that he might be my master. So, when Mahavatar Babaji told the name Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda to Swamiji, Swamiji thought that he was guiding him to see a person by that name. And when he tried to inquire around if anyone understood or anyone knew this Nithyananda Swami, they all said no. At one point, a devotee on the Himalaya trip with Swamiji prayed to Swamiji to help her receive Babaji's darshan. He blessed her and asked if she was really sincere about it. He told her that if she was really sincere about having the darshan, Babaji would definitely appear to her. While the rest of the group members in that Himalaya yatra were moving around with something or another, the devotee suddenly had a clear darshan of Babaji passing between two ponies, hers and her friend's. Her friend was completely oblivious to that darshan. She mentioned it to Swamiji. And then, when Swamiji checked if she really had a darshan of Babaji, he confirmed that she did. Let's now understand from Swamiji's own words, hear it from the avatar himself, about how he remembers the darshan of Mahavatar Babaji and receiving the name Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda.
I first wanted to give a brief introduction about Babaji. He is a 2000-year-old sage I'm not talking any superstitious things. Please listen. With integrity and authenticity, I'm talking, is a being still available from a different space, but he can assume the human body, come to human frequency by his will. So I have heard about Babaji through a very famous book, Autobiography of a Yogi, in the young age. And when I was traveling in Himalayas, 1999, I remember very clearly, it is just before the Kedarnath. There is a place called Gaurikund. That is the area. In that area, there is a beautiful Kalabhairava temple. In that area, I was living for a few days. And one day, suddenly, in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me. When he came near only, I realized he is not having physical body, he is in the light body. I first thought, am I hallucinating? Am I having some illusion? So I tried to touch him. When I tried to touch him, I was able to feel him. He was laughing at me for trying to test him. And then he smiled. And he gave me this name which I am carrying now. This name which I am carrying now is a gift from him. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is gift from him. He is one of the biggest blessing I have ever had in my life. I can tell you only one thing. It's not that only me, but thousands of people have experienced his physical presence and his blessings. I can say still is alive. And just his darshan, presence, can awaken our Kundalini Shakti, can raise us to a completely different reality altogether.
When Swamiji was staying in Calcutta in around 1999, he was staying with a very elderly sadhu named Hamsananda for around 6 months. During this period, Swamiji describes, every morning I used to go to bathe in the Ganges at 4 a.m. and meditate till 7 p.m. I never used to move from that place of meditation. When he saw me doing this day in and day out, he was impressed and said that I must take sannyas. He said that he was going to die soon anyway, and that this would be the last thing that he would want to happily do. I then thought that the divine was arranging something for me, so I agreed. Swamiji continues to narrate, he was not enlightened that he was a great tapasvi, someone who had practiced spiritual penance. During the initiation, Hamsananda Puri gave Swamiji the name, suddenly he gave me the name Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. I usually, according to the sannyasi rule, the person initiating a person as a monk, a sannyasi, has to go through a few prescribed steps. He would first have to give what is termed the Brahmacharya Diksha. The first step in 4 evolutionary stages, at first as a student, then a householder, after that renunciate, and finally an ascetic. The only 3 days later, initiation into a being brahmachari, at that very least, sannyas diksha is given. Normally, it is much longer. So 3 days after that, the special initiation of Paramahamsa lineage would be given. There would have been 3 stages. So it should have first been Brahmachari Nithyananda, then initiated as Swami Nithyananda, provided with a stick danda, the water pot, and such accessories. Then finally, Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. So after dropping the danda, he somehow directly gave Swamiji the Paramahamsa, the title straight away. When Swamiji asked him about it, he said that it simply came out of him. Then Swamiji realized with shock that Hamsananda gave him the very name that Babaji had called him by. Babaji is the one who actually gave Swamiji his name. Swamiji says he is our Guru Parampara, and it traces him in a way. During Swamiji's wandering days, he at one point was traveling near Badrinath. He stayed at a village called Mana that is quite close to the Indo-Chinese border. There is a place called Vyasa Guha nearby, a cave where Vyasa lived and wrote the Mahabharata, which is the longest epic, still the longest poem on the planet Earth. Badrinath is a place where Vyasa was staying. Swamiji tells us, I had the fortune of staying in a monastery where a few monks were staying and practicing very practical techniques with the master. I can say all of them were almost a verge of enlightenment. One person was enlightened. The Guru was fully enlightened, but all other were on the verge of enlightenment. They were just literally playing with the powers of those techniques. So Swamiji describes an incident which happened one morning when he was staying in the monastery. The Guru and the disciples were all sitting together, and all of them were sitting, and he was talking about some of these techniques of feeling connected. He was talking from the viewpoint of feeling connected to the whole Himalaya mountains. It was very amazing. The enlightened master was very loving and caring enough to allow me also into this morning session. He was asking one by one, did you practice this technique? It seemed that only few days before he initiated them and into this technique of feeling connected to the whole Himalayas. They were supposed to constantly internalize that the Himalayas were part of their body. One Swamiji came and said, yes, Master, now I feel completely connected. The Master casually asked him, all right, then move that rock on the mountain. Then Swamiji says, in his own narration, he said, understand, I promise, I saw with my own eyes that the monk moved his hand and the rock moved. So in ancient original Hinduism, there was a practice called Kaya-kalpa, which is a technique to reverse the aging process, which Swamiji teaches today to all of us as disciples. According to this philosophy, as you age, you become healthier because your body and mind are better trained to live in the world. If you have trained in driving and become a good driver, you can drive without any effort. In the same way, as the years pass, you should master the art of living in this world. They say that as you grow older, you are not supposed to fall sick or have stress because you should have the logic of the world and become more intelligent. healthy, and spontaneous. However, that is not our experience. What has happened? Where did we miss? This missing link is our idea of time and being continuously reminded of chronological time because of the increased number of thoughts. If we change two things, we can make Kaikalpa a reality. First, change our perception about our body. We always think that as we age, our body gets old and disease. It's not necessary, but that's our perception. We may question it by saying that when we get old, we really do feel tired and it is not our imagination. We don't know the power of your mind. Swamiji once went to a place in Tibet where the lamas, the Tibetan monks, live. Swamiji explains, I was told people there live long. I saw an elderly man walking in the fields and I asked him, do people here live long? Please tell me about it. He laughed and said, you think I'm old? I'm just middle aged. I'm only 136. Ask others who are 200 years or more. There were medical records to show he really was 136. And he was working in the farm. I could not believe it just like you at all. Then they showed me a report by researchers from Wisconsin University who worked with them to study their body to understand how they live together that longer. According to the scientists, their body works just like ours. There's no difference, even genetically. They continue that there is something beyond the body and that makes them live longer. None of the lamas could give any reason for their long life. But they all had a strong belief that human beings are supposed to live up to 300 years. If someone died at age 200, it was considered an unnatural death. Your mind has such a tremendous power that whatever you believe, you have the capacity to make it a reality. That is why people who see horror movies continuously start seeing ghosts. If you watch one horror movie every night for 10 days in a row, on the 11th day, you will see a ghost or think you're seeing ghost when curtain moves. Huh. Your mind has the capacity to make anything as reality. The first basic idea are your perception of time, of your physical level, the very idea that the more you age, the more you fall sick is wrong. The entire focus of Ayurveda avataric mission is for human beings to have powerful cognitions, like in the story of the Tibetan lamas. Disease, limited life, and pain are all powerless cognitions. They manifest only more powerfulness in life. Powerful cognitions are what these lamas held, which made them live up to 300 years. Through his powerful satsangs and dikshas, the avatar makes individuals move to holding onto powerful cognitions, which makes them manifest powers of shaktis in their life. The avatar entire life story is about powerful cognitions and power manifestation as a result. Tapovan is a location at about 15,000 feet altitude in the Himalayas, above Gangotri and Gomukh. where Ganga appears. Even today, both Gomukh and especially Tapovan are difficult to reach. They have only trekking paths and hardly any accommodation to speak of. To go up to Tapovan and stay there as Swamiji did during his wandering years, did for many months. It requires acclimatization at the Gangotri altitude for many months. Air is very thin at such a high altitude, and this can be fatal for some. Some devotees asked him how he survived in Tapovan. He said he lived in caves, covered himself, and survived on fruits, berries, and roots that he picked from the plants and trees. He stayed for about 6 months at Tapovan. Swamiji talks with deep passion about Tapovan. He calls this the Shambhala, where the energy of the universe resides. The Sapta Rishis, the seven sages who are talked about in the Hindu scriptures reside here. Swamiji says that Sapta Rishis are not physical entities, but the combined energy of enlightened beings that decide on the operation of the universe. He told us that a being could only be enlightened as a human being from planet Earth. So other planets have living beings, but not the same level of consciousness of humans that can elevate into superconscious state. One needs to be born as a human to be enlightened. The launch pad of enlightened being is located in Tapovan in the etheric plane. He also said that the banyan tree at Bidadi and the banyan tree that he visited with Arunagiri Yogeshwara in Tiruvannamalai, two are the same etheric plane. One of the most classic incidents that we know from Swamiji's biography during his wandering period is the time when Paramashiva himself came down to protect the avatar while he was severely ill. Let's see. Let's see now the in his Swamiji's own words describe him this memorable incident.
He says, Ananyas Chintayanto Mamye Jana Variyuvasade Desham Nityaviyuktana Yogakshemam Vahamyakam. When you reside in my consciousness, whatever you lack, I get, and whatever you have, I preserve. We may think, yes, Swamiji, we know, we understand, universe responds to our thoughts, but how can I get what I want? Please understand, the moment you change your thoughts, the moment your inner space changes, automatically you start attracting things towards yourself. Please be very clear. If you tune your TV to BBC, you will see the BBC channel. You will tune your TV to ABC, you will see the ABC channel. If you tune to CNN, you will see CNN. Same way, if you tune your consciousness to bliss, continuously even material wealth will shower on you. We may think, how can it be possible? How can this happen? what kind of words Swamiji is giving. But I tell you, now it will look very difficult. You may feel very difficult to understand. But start experimenting. I courageously tell you, I declare from my own authority, this sloka is a solid truth. Because 9 years I lived. I tell you, this is a promise by the divine. 9 years I lived in utter insecurity. I know Krishna still proves his words. Still he proves his words. Yoga Kshemam Mahamyaham, he does. I can quote thousands of incidents from devotees' lives. Thousands of incidents. In so many devotees' lives, Tukaram, Tulsidas, so many masters' lives, I can quote so many incidences from my own life, from my life. Let me tell you a small incident. Again I tell you, it's an honest truth. I promise this incident is truth. I was staying in Hardwar, a place called Kankal. I was staying and doing tapasya. Every day morning I'll go for a bhiksha, where they give the bhiksha for sadhus. In so many ashrams they give bhiksha for sadhus. I go there, get my bhiksha, I'll come and eat 2-3 rotis and start meditating. Suddenly I fell sick. High temperature and diarrhea. I could not even walk. I was not able to walk. I thought, what can be done? All right. Suddenly, one young sannyasi, he came and he gave me food. Not only one day, continuously for 3-4 days, every day he will come, he will bring food for me. Not only food, he brought the medicine also. I asked him one day, who are you, from where you are? He said, oh, my name is Shankar. I just stay in nearby ashram called Sadhana. There's an ashram, nearby ashram. He said, Sadhana. Every day he started coming and giving me food and medicine till I became all right. At least some 4-5 days. Every day he came. And because he came every day, after 2-3 days I started talking to him. He became a little acquainted. And I saw he was having a beautiful pen with a diamond on it. Diamond jewelry. There are many diamonds are nicely. Pen with diamonds. Beautiful pen. And I was surprised how a sannyasi got such a costly gift. I asked him, what is this, Baba? What is this, Swamiji? He said, this is a diamond pen. Some devotee gave me. It looks so nice, I am having it. So, anyhow, I did not bother about it. After a few days, when I became all right, he stopped coming. Then I thought I should go and see him. Now I'm able to walk and move. I should go and see him. I felt a little connected because he served me. He helped me. I should go and see him. After a week, when I became completely all right, I started walking. I came to the same ashram and inquired. Swamiji, I wanted to see Shankar Swamiji. Shankar? Whom you are talking? I said, I wanted to see Shankar, young Swami. I met him 2-3 days ago. He used to come every day, he will bring me food. In our ashram, there is only one Shankar. Go to the temple, see, he is the only Shankar we have. They showed the Shiva statue. And I tell you, it's a truth. Promise, when I entered the temple, I saw the same pen. Shiva's cloth, same pen, same diamond pen. Of course. Simply tears rolled in my eyes. And I felt, so much of gratitude overflowed. I asked that Swami, how did this pen come to the Shiva? Who will put pen on Shiva statue? He said, 1 week ago, some devotee brought an offer. Because it was looking so nice, they said it is a diamond. So we just wanted to decorate Shiva with the diamond jewelry. So we put that on him. Same pen. Diamond pen. I asked, who will put pen on Shiva? If you put other jewelries, you can believe. And he said, I don't know. Just some devotee brought an offer. This pen, they gave it to me. I said, because it is diamond, why a sannyasi should have diamond? I wanted to give it to God. I wanted to put it on Shiva. So just I inserted on the Shiva's clothes. Of course, just because of this one incident, I am not asking you to believe the whole thing. You can experiment in your life. You may say, this is your experience. How can this be a truth for us, Swamiji? Again, ordinary mind can doubt. This is your experience. How can this be truth for us? But I tell you, your very consciousness, inner space, has got the quality to create miracles in your life. Miracles can happen in your life. Continuously, they are happening. One simple thing. I think the other day I was talking about this. When a telephone rings, suddenly you will remember some friend's name. When you go and pick up the phone, he will be there on the line. And somebody knocks the doorbell. You go and open the door. You remember somebody and you go and open the door and he is there. This is what I call power of coincidence. Power of coincidence. In each one of us, the power of coincidence, the power to create, the power of coincidence exists. In each one of us, the power to create miracles exists. But all we need to do is open that. Understand you have the power to create the power of coincidence. Trust your consciousness is connected to universe. Continuously, universe is caring for you. The divine is waiting for you. It responds to your thoughts.
welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis,
Brahma Yoga.
satsangis, and
The Manikarnika Ghat in Varanasi is the seat of today what is the Kashi Sarvagna Pita, where Swamiji had a extremely unique experience during this time. During the time of his wandering, he found himself in Varanasi, sitting in the Manikarnika Ghat. It is a very unique place in all of the whole of India. And Swamiji says that a Hindu should visit there at least once in their whole lifetime. What transpired for the avatar in that location, let's now watch in a brief video.
holy city for Hindus, largest floating populated city, floating population. 300,000 people per day enter and go out. Such huge floating population per day, average. That is the amazing thing. And per day, 300 people are burned in one place. 300 dead bodies are burnt in one place. Manikarnika Ghat, they call it Manikarnika Ghat, where traditionally it is, if you leave the body, or if somebody dies in that area, or if somebody's body is burnt in that area, they will be liberated. They will have direct enlightenment. Not only it is traditional belief, Ramakrishna confirms it from his own experience. He says that I saw very clearly Shiva, Mahadeva himself going near every pyre and taking that soul, unclutching it from the body mind and liberating. He says, I saw it with my own experience. So you can't say it's a mythological belief. It's a solid experience. I had the fortune of going to that ghat. Understand, traditionally, not only it is believed, it is true, for last 2000 years, the fire has never been put off. Whether it rains or shines, flood or whatever it is, they will not bring fire when they come to the Manikarnika Ghat with a dead body. From the fire will be taken and lit. It's a Akanda Smashana, means unbroken fire. Means day and night bodies will be getting supplied. I saw sometime they do bunker cart system, 2-3 bodies at a time. Because so much bodies are coming, I don't know from where people are dying so much. Because if you sit half an hour, something like a 200 bodies comes. And especially in the evenings, because from around the place whoever dies, they will start walking from their place carrying the body. Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, that is the mantra they will chant and walk. By the time it becomes evening, they will reach the Manikarnika. Totally per day average 300 bodies are burnt. Only in the evening 200 bodies will be there. Because evening only they will all reach the Manikarnika. Whatever is said and done, I cannot describe the experience verbally. Only you have to see there to have that experience. To tell you honestly, the fear of death just disappeared. When you see so many bodies, Arey, what is there? Like this only I am also going to go, okay. You feel there is so many people giving company. You don't feel lonely about death. You feel it's like one more trip. So many people are there. Chala, it's okay. And this is what is going to happen. See, if you see one body being burnt rarely once in a while, you will have that fear. There you will see. Unimaginable. And no ritual, nothing. They will bring the body. Straight they will dip into Ganga. 3 times, Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, over. Means Rama's name is the ultimate truth. Rama's name is the only eternal truth. Rama's name is the only eternal truth. They will remember this 3 times, put the body into the water, just bring it out and keep. By the time the pyre will be ready, the wood will be arranged, ready. Actually, they continuously keep on arranging. Even if bodies are not coming, they are keeping on continuously arranging. I asked them, why do you guys arrange continuously? You don't know, Swamiji, in half an hour, 200 will come. They have accounts as if they know for sure. And the bodies come and it's arranged. They give like a token based on the entry. The moment body enters, they will give the token. And another funny thing, no relatives stay there and do any ritual. The moment they do the Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, dip 3 times to the Ganga and throw the body there and go away, that's all. Because the people who are there, the maintaining, they will take care. And you don't know how long it will take the body which you brought, your friend or relative's body, to be put in the fire. It's in the queue system. Continuously it's going on. All I did, let me try to sit here and see what goes on. And I sat. Just in half an hour, 1 hour, the death is no more a strange incident which happens once in a while for some relative or friend. It became like okay, next, that's all. Next, that's all. All size, all gender, all age, all kinds, all color, all community, all religion also. Anyhow, these guys are seekers. So even they bring the bodies. Even their bodies are brought. All kinds. When continuously you see this happening, you actually lose respect for death. Now you have too much respect, too much of ideas about it. It is nothing. The breath which went inside did not come out, that's all. And chalo, the people who are sitting waiting for the property are enjoying, over. That's all. What is there? And nothing much. Neither anything can be done about it, nor anything can be repented. Now, what is there? Over. Neither you can fast forward, nor you can rewind. Over. And when I saw that bodies being burnt continuously, initially the little fear which was there disappeared. And slowly, not only fear, it became interest. I started going near and started helping them. Then, slowly I started thinking, after all, this body is also going to become like this. Yes, over. When you remember that death is going to happen to you, the respect which you carry for your ego will come down. Because whatever you think should not leave you is ego. When you know for sure everything is going to leave you, then the respect for ego just drastically drops. And especially, I'm a kind of a too sharp, straightforward guy. So straight away the respect for ego dropped. Then I decided, after all, I'm going to die. Either I should have a death experience now itself and live without the death fear, or die and see. That's all. But I have to see the death. There is a small Shiva temple in one corner.
As Swamiji has said, he decided that he had to experience that death experience for himself. In the Manikarnika Ghat, there was a small Shiva temple and a small tower above that. So Swamiji decided that he would go there, and he sat in the tower so that nobody would disturb him. And he started seeing the dead bodies becoming burned. Still, Swamiji still remembers the strong click, the deep understanding and instant realization that triggered the whole experience that was to follow. An elderly lady's body was being burned. She had a big belly, and her clothes were being consumed by the fire, and then the fat that was in that belly started melting and flowing. Even though it might seem gross and raw, this description, very clearly what Swamiji saw. When Swamiji was seeing that so raw happening in front of him, the strong click happened inside of him. God, yes, the very same thing is going to happen to this body also. That click opened up the fear of death inside of Swamiji. The fear spread all over the body. Swamiji says that in that moment, he faced the fear consciously. Swamiji could see very clearly that fear spreading all over the body. And when the fear hit his awareness, that became the experience of death. Swamiji went through a conscious experience of his own death and came out of it. Understand that for each and every one of us, when our fear is suppressed, it stays inside of us. Whenever the fear comes out and you are not consciously facing it, it becomes a fear stroke and shakes your whole nervous system, and it breaks it down. When the fear is faced consciously, it becomes a death experience. That's all. If you just escape the fear of death, when the death fear happens inside of you, you will experience the conscious death experience. There's 3 key points, key cognitions that we all have to take away from Swamiji's own death experience, which happened in Manikarnika Ghat years ago. 1, death plus unconsciousness becomes suppression of fears and perversion, more suffering. Death, fear plus unconsciousness, where you don't suppress but you don't face it either, is a fear stroke or a nervous breakdown. Then death plus the conscious awareness on that fear becomes the death experience. Today, as we know, during the Paramashivoham program and during the Inner Awakening programs, during the Nithyananda Spurna programs, since Swamiji has had this experience, he has already had that ability to transmit this experience, that very depth experience, to all of us, so that we can have that same breakthrough with a fraction of the amount of tapas, sacrifice, and intensity that Swamiji had to do in his practice. He made it extremely easy for us to have that same experience. During the Paramashivoham program, the conscious death experience is one of the fundamental parts where you literally evolve into a new person. If you would like to explore more about this, you can go to the paramashivoham.org and start by taking a 1-day course and explore for yourself what Paramashivoham can really do for you. As Swamiji, after he had this experience, he started continuing on in his journey, wandering throughout India, throughout all over the length and breadth of India. One of the key memories that he remembers in Omkareshwar. Swamiji says, there are moments of happiness or joy that happens when the mind stops. This may happen in just a few moments, but the impression and the relaxation from dropping the mind will be tremendous. It is that gap that makes an unforgettable memory. Swamiji describes there was one time before the enlightenment experience that Swamiji had in the year 2000, or on the 31st of December 1999. Swamiji says, I was walking from one city to another in India. On the way to a place called Omkareshwar, there's a thick jungle and a river flowing between two hillocks that are completely made of marble stone. Between the two hillocks, the sacred river Narmada flows. On the full moon night, I was just walking with a stick in my hand, swinging the stick and singing to myself. I was walking alongside the river. I was going down a small alley. When I reached its end, I looked up and saw a big cliff in front of me. I saw on both sides the two big hillocks shining in the full moon. Because it was the white marble, it was simply shining. The river was so beautiful, flowing with a mild murmur. Suddenly, I saw that the hillocks were bridged. There was a physical connection between them in the midair. I went a bit near and saw that the whole thing, that whole bridge was a honeycomb. The honeycomb was at least 400 feet long. This was one of the most beautiful experiences that Swamiji describes he had during his wandering days in India. In the Avatar Leela, 10 years after the enlightenment experience in Paulakundru in Tiruvannamalai, the Avataric mission was revealed to the Avatar on the banks of the sacred Narmada River, just outside the famous Jyotirlinga shrine of Shiva where Adi Shankara had his enlightenment experience. Near the forests of Omkareshwar in the Madhya Pradesh in central India, Narmada flows, the revered daughter of Paramashiva. The parikrama or the circumambulation of her from her source in the Amarkanket hill to the end point of the Arabian Sea in Gujarat is a distance about 2,600 kilometers and considered a very sacred pilgrimage. The Avatar stayed at Omkareshwar and in the surrounding jungles then populated by local tribes. He perceived the tribal population as one with no pain in their cognition, that mothers gave birth in the delivery huts with absolutely no midwife or helper. It led him to develop the technique to decondition the human system of the pain cognition. He experimented with fear and fearlessness with wild animals of the forest. On one occasion, when he opened his eyes from the meditation sitting in a cave, he found a giant figure standing in front of him. He looked back at the creature curiously, without fear. After a few minutes, it walked away. It was a huge bear. On another occasion, Swamiji beheld a cobra hanging from a tree. When he opened his eyes, at first he felt no fear looking at it, and the cobra also stayed calm in front of him. As soon as he thought that it was poisonous and the snake might bite him, in the snake's mind also, the fear crept in and it slithered away. The Avatar describes the play of the mind on the 25th December 1999, 5 days before the revelation of the Avataric mission. Swamiji says that he has done many different types of tapas and tried different types of meditation techniques. He even said, at one point, actually, I literally killed myself with these meditation techniques. Finally, a very sudden and deep depression landed on me. I had a deep feeling of being cheated and thought to myself, for the sake of enlightenment, I have left my family. Whatever has to be done according to Vedic scriptures, almost everything has been done by me. Yet that experience, that enlightenment experience, is not happening. Only days are passing. One day suddenly, maybe in the evening around 4, as Swamiji recalls, Swamiji felt an excruciating pain along with a deep depression. Swamiji felt that nothing more could be done, that there is no need to live anymore because whatever has to be done has been done. Swamiji explains further in this incident. I was convinced that the whole concept of enlightenment was just a story. I thought it was never going to happen in my life. I felt that at least there's no possibility for it to happen. So I decided, let me commit suicide. It was such an excruciating pain that made me decide to commit suicide. In Swamiji's deep frustration, the avatar threw away some of the precious belongings that he had then. His meditation mala, picture of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa that he always carried with him, his water pot, and his stick. He says he also discarded mentally the mantra that he had been meditating with since childhood. He thought, what is the use for all this? Swamiji suddenly even felt he believed that he wasted his time in his youth. Swamiji was on the banks of the river Narmada in Omkareshwar. He describes then, I entered the Narmada river between the two hillocks, and it runs very deep and fast between these two hillocks. It had big falls as well. I started walking. When the water started coming up to my hip, in the terrible fear, I just shut my eyes tightly and continued walking. I continued walking and walking into the water. I could feel the water continuously rising in level. At one point, I felt my breath to become very painful. I was breathing the pain inside, the suffering inside. So much of pain had gone inside, and at one moment, something hit me. Suddenly, something broke. When the breath came out, it came out just as bliss. But I found that I was continuing to go inside to the river. I was just moving. Since I had my eyes tightly closed, I don't know how much distance I would have walked. When the breath came out with bliss, I felt completely rejuvenated. It was as if the whole life had entered into me. I fell down and I saw that I was on the other shore. I do not know what happened, but I know I am telling the simple truth. A week after 25th December 1999, on the 1st of January 2000, the Avatar arose with the overwhelming truth that he was one with the universe. The Avatar then shared that it was the utter relaxation on the banks of Narmada, and that there, the Avataric mission, the revival of Sri Kailasa, revealed itself to him.
Today, we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Lord Dakshinamurti. Each of us has multiple dimensions. For example, when you're writing, you're a writer. When you're painting, you're a painter. But in every action, you're there. In the same way, Paramashiva has multiple dimensions. Each action of Paramashiva liberates people in different ways. In the ancient Hindu scriptures called the Puranas, there is a description of how Brahma, the creator of the universe, become arrogant. So an aspect of dimension of Shiva emerges from him and cuts Brahma's head, removing his ego and makes him enlightened. This action of Shiva's energy came to be known as Kala Bhairava. This action of Shiva's energy came to known as Kala Bhairava. Each action of the divine, each action of an incarnation becomes an independent energy. Shiva's action of cutting Brahma's head and giving him enlightenment becomes an independent energy called Kala Bhairava. Shiva's action of destroying the negativity of Daksha and liberating him from his negative patterns becomes an independent energy called Veerabhadra. Shiva's action of teaching in silence to the Sanaka the rishis, and giving them enlightenment become Dakshina Murti. Each action of divine becomes one form, one energy. Sri Guru Dakshinamurti Swami is the Adi Guru, the first teacher and the most powerful deity, the form of Lord Shiva in the cosmos. Shiva, the very word means eternal auspiciousness. Auspiciousness without reason or cause. Without something exist, without cause or reason, it's eternal. Even if we look at the extraordinary qualities of Paramashiva, when he sits in silence, he puts people into enlightenment under the banyan tree Dakshinamurti. When he dances, he puts people into bliss, Nataraja. When he destroys all negativity, Kala Bhairava. When he decides to show compassion, he can take any poison and swallow. No limit. When he decides to destroy, he will destroy even death. Yama. When he decides to save, he will go to any extent to save others. How he swallowed the poison to save the world, risking himself, his own body. He became Neelakanta. So the grandeur with which Paramashiva expresses the experience, he showers on people who even remembers him. Paramashiva, the ultimate guru, the ultimate yogi, the ultimate king, Ishvara, the ultimate leader, the ultimate bliss, the ultimate compassion, ultimate life. With all these qualities, he is not too far away, very, very, very approachable, easily pleased, Ashutosha. Nothing much is required to please him. That is why he is called Bole Baba, which is meaning easily pleased. There is a story about Dakshinamurti, how he got the name of Dakshinamurti. So this story goes back to the marriage of Shiva and Sati. After marriage, they went to Rishi Dadiji's place. Rishi Dadiji has invited Shiva and Sati to his ashram. When the duo went and seated there in his ashram. Amongst there were many rishis, and Shiva saw Rishi Atharva and asked him why he was being uncomfortable, hesitant to speak to him, Shiva. Rishi Atharva replied that he had composed a wonderful doctrine of knowledge and wished it to get testified by a wise sage. And there can be no one wiser than Shiva himself. So Shiva agreed and blessed Rishi Atharva and started testifying his thesis. The doctrine consisted of day-to-day teachings, um, day-to-day things, material needs, health, medicine, and so on and so forth. Shiva, after reading it, declared that this book was so necessary and was so well written that it should be titled as Fourth Veda. Earlier, there were only three Vedas, the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, and Sama Veda. Though everyone praised Atharva Veda, the four Manasaputras, the, uh, the Putras of Brahma, Brahma's mind-born sons. Manasaputras means Brahma's mind-born sons. Their names are Sanat, Sanatan, Sanandan, and Sanat Kumar. These four did not agree to the fact that Shiva, a hermit, had the authority to instantiate the fourth Veda amongst the ones created by their own father. They went to Prajapati Daksha, the father of Sati, who asked them to have a Shastra, Vakyadasadas. with Shiva, debate abiding to scriptures. The quad approached Dadiji ashram and challenged Shiva. Shiva happily agreed to it, and Dadiji made all the arrangement, and he arranged the seating arrangement in a such a way that the Shiva's seat was facing north and Sanat Kumar's was facing south. It hurt the ego of the quad, who argued that due to their immense knowledge, they should have the respect to facing south. So Shiva agreed to that and sat facing south. Everyone appointed Devi Saraswati, the mother of the Vedas, the wife of Lord Brahma, as the judge to decide the result of the debate. And finally, a big debate began. While the Sanat Kumars fired numerous Vedic verses, Shiva, the Mahayogi, countered each one of them, giving rational arguments backed by the initial three Vedas. Are the Sanat Kumars humbled by listening to Shiva's knowledge? Saraswati declared Shiva as the winner. Sanat Kumars was still confused with the fact that how could a fourth Veda exist when already three were created by Brahma? And how could Rishi Atharva has such immense knowledge? To which Shiva replied that when Lord Matsya is an incarnation of Vishnu, was pinning down the demon Hayagriva, one blow after the another, to retrieve the Vedas which he has stolen from Brahma. After spitting out three Vedas, Hayagriva ran to Shiva and begged for protection. Shiva replied that no one in this world can save Hayagriva from Lord Vishnu, but he blessed him that upon his death at Vishnu's hands, he would be able to retain the knowledge of the fourth Veda till his next birth. Atharva is none other than the demon Hayagriva reborn. Brahma has four heads. So definitely there must have been four Vedas, but the fourth one never reached humans until now, until this story happened. The Sanat Kumars praised Shiva for his glory and begged his pardon for making him sit facing southern direction. Thus, they instantiated him as Dakshina Murti, the Lord facing south.
Dakshinamurti is commonly in a seated posture. Dakshina means south, the direction south. And Shiva sits under the banyan tree and preaches, teaches facing the south. That is why he's called Dakshinamurti, the Murti who is of the south direction. His right leg stretches down, rested upon the demon Apasmara, whom he crushed. Apasmara symbolizes the ajnana, lack of knowledge and forgetfulness. Dakshinamurti destroys ignorance and illuminates it with knowledge. Dakshinamurti bends the left leg at the knee and rests it on that. He keeps his right hand in Chin Mudra, and that indicates the position of ultimate knowledge. The thumb stands for God, index finger for man. The other three fingers represents man's delusion, ego, and sins of the past birth. The Chin Mudra shows man how to keep away from the impurities of life and continuously be connected to God. Dakshinamurti appears bearing a serene expression on his beautiful face, and he wears the Rudraksha mala. Rarely we see Dakshinamurti in a standing position holding a veena in the hand. Paramashiva, as Dakshinamurti, taught the seven sages first time on the moon day through silence. The verse goes, Mauna Vyakya Prakyatita Parabrahma Tattvam Yuvanam Varshishtham Teva Sadrisighainai Avritam Brahmanistaihi Acharyendram Karakalita Chinmudram Anandamurtim Svatma Ramam Mudhi Vadhanam Dakshinamurti Midhaye. The translation goes, whose exposition through profound silence in awakening the knowledge of the Supreme Brahman in the hearts of the disciples, who is himself youthful, but sitting surrounding the old and great sages who are devoted to Brahman, the hands of the Supreme Spiritual Teacher is forming the Chinmudra gesture of the knowledge of Brahman, and whose appearance is still blissful, who is rejoicing in his own self, which is reflected on his blissful face. Salutations to Dakshinamurti. Adi Shankaracharya thus described Dakshinamurti in his eloquent words. He says the teacher is youthful, but the sages are old sages. Silence is the medium that Shiva, as Dakshinamurti, awakened Brahma Jnana, the ultimate knowledge, in his disciples. Dakshinamurti sits still and blissful, and the sages are looking up at his face. He is rejoicing in himself, and the bliss is reflecting off of his face. Dakshinamurti sits on the deer skin, facing southward direction, indicating his power and victory over Kala. The story of the great saint Dakshinamurti Swamigal, a Paramahamsa, always lived a life of freedom and very highly evolved, enlightened being from the southern part of India. He used to sit in the forest of a banyan tree, and in his presence, it was so intense and powerful that one could literally touch and see God. Let's now watch and understand that story of Dakshinamurti killing 10,000 elephants, taking as it said, killing 10,000 elephants doesn't take courage. Killing your own mind requires courage. Let's now watch that video.
कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्द.
There's a very beautiful story about a great saint called Dakshinamurti Swamigal. His presence was such an intense presence, so powerful. He was from southern part of India, a very highly evolved, enlightened being. He was a Paramahamsa, means never used to wear clothes, always lived a life of freedom, no clothes, nothing, just he will sit in the forest under a banyan tree. Banyan tree was somehow associated with enlightened masters for quite a long time. I tried to dig out why the banyan tree is connected with enlightened masters. Still I am yet to come up with the mystical connection. Logically, I am not able to find out the reason. But from time immemorial, there is a deep connection between banyan tree and enlightened masters. That's one funny thing. He was sitting under the banyan tree. His presence used to be so intense. Such an intense presence, you can touch and see. You can touch and feel God in His presence. Neither you need to talk, nor He needs to talk. One of the court poet, each court will have a poet. In that country, one poet from the court, the official poet, sang 1,000 verses on that saint, saying that he is the greatest warrior. If you kill 1,000 elephants in the war, you will be given that title, the greatest warrior, and the 1,000 songs will be offered in praise of you. This poet sang that in that same meter, it is called Bharani. In the same meter, he sang 1,000 verses to that saint, praising the power or the heroic qualities of that master. When king came to know about it, his ego got hurt, because that king is the only guy who killed 1,000 elephants in the war. In that whole region, he is the only guy who had that song and title. Always the politicians feel their ego is hurt whenever they see the name and fame or the attention is gathering. Because they thrive in attention. See, with the living masters, they do not thrive based on attention. If none of you are here, I'll be doing the same job, what I am doing now, without moving my mouth. That's all. When I was sitting in my room, I am doing the same job of radiating the presence. Understand? My job is not done by the words which I am uttering. It is done by the presence. You may ask why I am uttering more words. Just to make you silent. If I am not talking, you will be talking. You will not receive. You will not be imbibing the subtle, mild work which I am doing. Masters thrive by their very presence. People thrive by the master's attention towards them. But with political leaders, politicians, they thrive by the attention given to them. It is number game. He was hurt, very deeply hurt. He called that poet and said, justify your decision of singing the same, in same meter, same 1,000 songs about that beggar, naked beggar, who is sitting under the banyan tree. You sang 1,000 verses on him, singing his glory and his heroism. Justify, otherwise your head will be cut. Because that is the only key with which the kings are ruling the country. The poet said, I don't have any reason or justification. You can kill me, I have no problem. Because I achieved what can be achieved by the human mind and the human body. This body and mind, what maximum peak it can experience, it has experienced already by His presence. In His presence, I have experienced the peak which I can have through this body mind. So now there is no use by this body mind. If you want, you can separate them. You can destroy them. I have no problem. But I can tell you one thing. Because I ate your food, I wanted to tell one word. If you have time or little patience, try going and sitting in His presence only once. That's all I am saying. Nothing else. This guy this king, fortunately, even though he was caught by ego, he heard many stories about enlightened beings in the earlier times, in the young age. That is one great thing in India. One great thing in India. Sometimes you may have a mood swing. You may have ego, arrogance, depression. But always, you know, corner of your mind, heart, the existence of enlightened beings is true. An existence of higher conscious state is true. If you work, you can have it. That trust will be there in all Indians who lived inside the villages or the area where the tradition is alive. Because from the young age, you will see hundreds of sadhus, the wandering mendicants, and you will hear hundreds of stories. You cannot escape or move away from the living spiritual tradition. Every street will have at least 2-3 temples. One beauty with the Vedic temples is they are not just educating organization, they are energy centers. They are energy centers. When you go and come back, you have some experience added to your being. Not just words. No. It is not just the pulpit from where a preacher or a priest or a Swami can speak. He just speaks. No. It is an energy center. When you go in and come out, you carry something inside yourself. Something is added to you. Something is added to you. He knows there is something beyond him. So he decides, all right, let me give a chance before killing this poor guy. After all, it's a 1-hour journey. He goes there. Now the story takes a new turn. It's such a beautiful, intense description. The king goes with his whole paraphernalia. Means ministers, the citizens, the leading citizens, all of them go there. There was such an intense, vibrating silence. Not only he, the enlightened being, was silent, even the tree was celebrating that silence. The tree was standing on the silence. It was rooted in silence. Its movements were celebrating the silence. The moment king entered the banyan tree's shadow, something happened in him. He goes near. He came with the idea of straight away shouting or questioning. But suddenly, understand, when you observe intense silence in master's body language, whether you want it or not, it will penetrate your inner space. People ask me many times, in India, 30,000-40,000 people sit and listen for 5-6 hours the public discourses and darshans, satsangs. At least it will be 3 hours. If there is some question answer or darshan, it will go more than that. In India, it is very difficult for that many people to sit silently because they are habituated only for political meeting. After 5-10 minutes, you can clap your hands and just get up and go, no problem. You need to give only attendance. But here, in our satsangs, it is not mobilized crowd. People ask me, and especially people who knows how difficult it is to create that mass and make them sit silently. They ask for hours, 3-4 hours, how these people are sitting silently and listening intensely, and not a single person moves out. All I do is, before starting the discourse, I'll just sit like a stone for a few moments. Complete silence. When you are connected to somebody who is radiating intense silence, suddenly you will see the same silence is descending in your inner space and you are settling down. The transmission of silence happened between the master and the king. And king not only did not utter any word, forgot about any word which he wants to utter. Just all he received is one nod by the master, indicating sit. He just moved the head. Sit. King sat. Master did not even utter the word sit. He just moved the head, meaning sit. He just sat. Because king sat, the whole army sat. And master again resumed, entered into the silence. The silence was so intense. Neither king wanted to break, nor he had the energy or guts to break. It continued for 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, second day. Of course, beyond logic, 1 week passed. 1 week over. Neither king felt the thirst nor hunger or the idea of time. Understand? You will have idea of time or boredom only when there is thoughts. When there are no thoughts, you won't have an idea of time or boredom. Time is defined by thoughts. When thoughts drop, there is no time. There is no time. And story says, after 1 week, master was so compassionate. He just moves his eyes, looks into the poet, his disciple, in a very jovial way. I think kingdom needs king back. To take care of the kingdom, he has to be there. He smiles. Suddenly, all of them come back to the normal mind or mood. They realized 1 week passed. There was no thought, no communication, no food, no water, no sleep, deep fulfillment, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Understand? If this is just a story, it would have been recorded. Because it happened, the king built a beautiful, huge temple again under this same banyan tree. We have a temple and a mutt near a place called Tiruvarur. It's called Dakshinamurti Swamigal Mutt. It is created by that king. Understand? Kings will not do anything unless it is their strong experience. It was such a strong experience. King turns and tells that poet, thank you for guiding me to him. Now all I wanted to tell you is 1,000 songs is too less for him. 1,000 is too less for him. Please add some more. Please add some more. Let you sing. I'll see that it is engraved in stone all over this temple. The whole thing is engraved on stone by that king all over the temple. That power, that intensity, that energy. Of course, the king was fortunate to have that experience. He was also intense to have that experience. When you are intense, even in the outer world, if you are intense, suddenly you will see you don't need too many words from Master. Few words are enough. It leads to the experience.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम् कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्द.
There's a very beautiful
With this, it is now come time for us to prepare ourselves for the darshan of Paramashiva and the divine revelations from the incarnation of Paramashiva himself, our beloved Swamiji. After we have heard this divine story, divine Leela of Dakshinamurti from Swamiji himself, let us take this opportunity to meditate on the form of Dakshinamurti. Take a few moments to write a Satya Sankalpa, whatever you would like to manifest into reality for today. During the times when we entangle with Paramashiva himself, when we are able to have those few moments of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, that is a time when super consciousness starts manifesting our reality for us. So take this time now, the few minutes that we have, take a pen and paper and let us write down a Satya Sankalpa that you want to manifest in your life, in your reality today. And once you are done writing, place that piece of paper in front of Swamiji's Murti, and you can sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and intensely connect to Swamiji as Dakshinamurti. Let us now chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே நித்ய ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே பரமஹம்ச நித்ய ஆனந்தமூர்த்தியின் பாதார விந்தத்தை கும்பிடுவோம். சத்குருவாய் வந்த சங்கரனுக்கு நாம் சரணங்கள் சொல்லி பாடிடுவோம். அன்பு வடிவாக அவதரித்தான் அந்த ஆண்டவன் சிலுவையை நமக்களித்தான். அண்ணாமலை அடிவாரத்திலே செய்து அண்ணாமலையாக அவதரித்தான். தியானத்தின் மூலமாய் நோய்களை தீர்த்திடும் திவ்ய ஸ்வரூபனை கும்பிடுவோம். தங்கும் சிவலோகம் தன்னை விட்டு அவன் தயவுடன் திரு அருணை வந்தான். அங்கும் இருந்திட விருப்பமின்றி இந்த அண்டம் முழுவதும் சுற்றி வந்தான். ஏழை பணக்காரன் பேதமின்றி வரும் எல்லோருக்கும் அருள் செய்ய வந்தான். குருவாக வந்து அமர்ந்திடுவான். சின்ன குழந்தையைப் போல் அவன் ஆடிடுவான். இத்தனை மீதுள்ள துன்பம் விட்டு நம்மை இன்பத்தின் எல்லையை காண வைப்பான். காயமை பொய் என்று உணர வைப்பான். பல காட்சியை தியானத்தில் காண வைப்பான். சரீரத்தை விடுவதற்கு ஒரு நல்ல வழி தன்னை காட்டிடுவான். பெண்ணை உண்ணும் தீரு கண்ணனை போல் பல விந்தைகள் செய்து காட்டிடுவான். மாயங்கள் மந்திரம் ஏதுமின்றி பக்தர் மனக்கூரையாவும் நீக்கிடுவான். பக்தரை கண்ட பரவசத்தால் தன் பசியை கூட மறந்திடுவான். சித்தரெல்லாம் போட்டும் சித்தனவன் எங்கள் சிந்தைக்காவன் விட்ட தேவனவன். பக்தர் வணங்கிடும் பாலனவன் இங்கு பாலமுருகனை போல வந்தான். சித்தரெல்லாம் போட்டும் சித்தனவன் எங்கள் சிந்தைக்காவன் விட்ட தேவனவன். பக்தர் வணங்கிடும் பாலனவன் இங்கு பாலமுருகனை போல வந்தான். ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் மந்திரமே அள்ளி ஊட்டிய அன்னைக்கு வந்தனமே. ஞானத்தை நல்கிடும் அருக்கரமே ஞானத்தில் நமக்கினி ஏன் பயமே. துணியாதன் பிடிபட்ட மக்களுக்கே பணி செய்து நீக்குவார் நோய் நொடியே. அண்ணாமலை பெற்ற ஆரமோதே ஆடி பற்றிட ஆனந்தமே விழுதே. ஆயிரம் சூரியன் திருமுகமே அதன் கதிர்பட்டு மலர்ந்து மனமதுவே. தேயாத துவங்கிடும் சந்திரனே தாயனவன் விட்ட சுந்தரனே. தியானத்தின் சக்தியை உணர்ந்திடவே நித்யானந்தமாய் வந்தவரே. உயர்ந்திட ஒளியூட்டும் திருவிளக்கே உள்ளத்தை உன் பாதம் வைத்தவர்க்கே. ஆடிடும் வேளையில் ஆயர்பாடி அழகர செய்கிறாய் நர்த்தனமே. கூடிடும் இடமெல்லாம் கோபுரமே குத்தாடி குதிக்குள்ளும் குளிர்ந்திடுமே. செந்நிற காவியில் தண்டபாணி அந்த சிவகுருவாக தன் வடிவே. சென்னியில் பதித்திடு நின்னடியே செங்கருவாகும் என் சிந்தையுமே. மேட்டிலும் நான் அலைந்தே காடும் குளிரிலும் வெயிலிலும் தான் திரிந்தேன். ஈட்டிய திரவியம் ஆனந்தமே அதை அள்ளியே தந்தாரே நம்மிடமே. ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் மந்திரமே அள்ளி ஊட்டிய அன்னைக்கு வந்தனமே. ஞானத்தை நல்கிடும் அருக்கரமே ஞானத்தில் நமக்கினி ஏன் பயமே. ஆனந்தமே நித்ய ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே. பரமஹம்ச நித்ய ஆனந்த மூர்த்தியின் பாதார விந்தத்தை கும்பிடுவோம். சத்குருவாய் வந்த சங்கரனுக்கு நாம் சரணங்கள் சொல்லி பாடிடுவோம். அன்பு வடிவாக அவதரித்தான் அந்த ஆண்டவன் கிருபையை நமக்கு அளித்தான். அண்ணாமலை அடிவாரத்திலே திரு அண்ணாமலையாக அவதரித்தான். ஞானத்தின் மூலமாய் நோய்களை திட்டிடும் திவ்ய சொரூபனை கும்பிடுவோம். தங்கும் சிவலோகம் தன்னை விட்டு அவன் தாயவுடன் திரு அருணை வந்தான். அங்கும் இருந்திட விருப்பமின்றி இந்த அண்டம் முழுவதும் சுற்றி வந்தான். ஏழை பணக்காரன் வேதமின்றி வரும் எல்லோருக்கும் அருள் செய்ய வந்தான். குருவாக வந்து அமர்ந்திடுவான். சின்ன குழந்தையை போல் அவன் ஆடிடுவான். இத்தரை மீதுள்ள துன்பம் விட்டு நம்மை இன்பத்தின் எல்லையை காண வைப்பான். தாயவை பொய் என்று உணர வைப்பான். பல காட்சியை தியானத்தில் காண வைப்பான். சரீரத்தை விடுவதற்கு ஒரு நல்ல வழி தன்னை காட்டிடுவான். வெண்ணை உண்ணும் திரு கண்ணனை போல் பல விந்தைகள் செய்து காட்டிடுவான். மாயங்கள் மந்திரம் ஏதுமின்றி பக்தர் மான கூரையாவும் நிற்கிடுவான். பக்தரை கண்ட பரவசத்தால் தன் பசியினை கூட மறந்திடுவான். சித்தரெல்லாம் போட்டும் சித்தனவன் நீங்கள் சிந்தைக்கு அவன் விட்ட தேவனவன். பக்தர் வணங்கிடும் பாலனவன் இங்கு பாலமுருகனை போல வந்தான். சித்தரெல்லாம் போட்டும் சித்தனவன் நீங்கள் சிந்தைக்கு அவன் விட்ட தேவனவன். பக்தர் வணங்கிடும் பாலனவன் இங்கு பாலமுருகனை போல வந்தான். ஆனந்தம் மந்திரமே அள்ளி ஊட்டிய அன்னைக்கு வந்தனமே. ஞானத்தை நல்கிடும் அருக்கரமே ஞானத்தில் நமக்கு நீ ஏன் பயமே. இனியதம் பிடிப்பட்ட மக்களுக்கே பஞ்சை திணிக்குவார் நோய் நொடியே. அண்ணாமலை பட்ட ஆரமுதே ஆடி பற்றிட ஆனந்தமே விழுதே. சூரியன் குருமுகமே அதன் கல்பட்டு மலர்ந்து மனமதுவே. ஜெயாது துலங்கிடும் தந்திரனே தாயன வந்திட்ட சுந்தரனே. ஞானத்தின் சக்தியை உணர்ந்திடவே நித்யானந்தமாய் வந்தவரே. உயர்ந்திட ஒளியூட்டும் திருவிளக்கே உள்ளத்தை பாதம் வைத்தவர்க்கே. ஆடிடும் வேளையில் ஆயர்பாடி அழகான செய்கிறாய் நர்த்தனமே. கூடிடும் இடமெல்லாம் கோபுரமே புத்தாடி புதுக்குள்ளும் குழுந்திடுமே. செந்நிற காவியில் தண்டபாணி அந்த சிவகுருவாகத்தான் உம்படிவே. சென்னியில் பதித்திடு நின்னறியே செங்கருவாகமின் சிந்தையுமே. காட்டிலும் மேட்டிலும் தான் அலைந்தே காடு குளிரிலும் வெயிலிலும் தான் திரிந்தே. ஈட்டிய திரவியம் ஆனந்தமே அதை அள்ளிய தந்தாரே நம்மிடமே. ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் மந்திரமே அள்ளி ஊட்டிய அன்னைக்கு வந்தனமே. ஞானத்தை நல்கிடும் அருக்கரமே ஞானத்தில் நமக்கு நீ ஏன் பயமே. ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே நித்ய ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே. பரமஹம்ச நித்ய ஆனந்த மூர்த்தியின் பாதார விந்தத்தை கும்பிடுவோம். ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே நித்ய ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே. பரமஹம்ச நித்ய ஆனந்த மூர்த்தியின் பாதார விந்தத்தை கும்பிடுவோம். ஆனந்தமே நித்ய ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே. பரமஹம்ச நித்ய ஆனந்த மூர்த்தியின் பாதார விந்தத்தை கும்பிடுவோம். ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே நித்ய ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தமே. பரமஹம்ச நித்ய ஆனந்த மூர்த்தியின் பாதார விந்தத்தை கும்பிடுவோம்.
Paramashivoham Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Parampara. I welcome you all with my love. I welcome all the living, practicing Hindus from all over the world, all the Sarvanyapeta Kartas, Yajaman, manifestors, Sarvaparityagis, Shri Mahans, Mahans, Kotari, Taneda, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us, all the Paramashivoham, Season 9 participants, and Paramashiva Ganas, everyone sitting with us through KAILASA TV, KAILASA's NTV, KAILASA's HNTV, and other social media platforms. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa.
முன்னோரே
Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa. Listen. KAILASA is the message from Paramashiva for all of you, not only to sail through this Pralaya, to have superconscious breakthrough. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. If you cannot come to Kailasa, Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is KAILASA. Literally enlightenment served to you without you even moving out of your couch. Enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything for couch potatoes. Siddha means in Sanskrit two meaning, boiled and enlightened. We boil couch potatoes and make them enlightened potatoes. We boil couch potatoes and make them enlightened potatoes. See, already in multiple locations, we have started offering this service. Now, we will organize it much better way. Literally in all time zones, we have KAILASA operating. Let me describe exactly what I am offering to each one of you through KAILASA. First thing, all powerful cognitions, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Whether yoga, see, if you read 50 years, all great books about yoga, yogasana, pranayama, kriya, everything, and you have become a master now, and you write tons of books and you get even PhD, but you don't get up even one day to do the yoga, to practice the yoga. Don't call yourself as a yogi. And you will not be enjoying the real results of yoga. Real results of yoga is enlightenment, health, spiritual benefit. See, many people use yoga to get attention in parties, kitty parties. If you are practicing or if you talk lot about spirituality, you get a lot of attention in kitty parties. Sometimes people use yoga commercially. Sometimes people use yoga even further their political interest. Sometimes people use yoga to get attention in kitty parties. Sometimes people use yoga to show that they know a lot. Listen, but none of it will bring any good to you unless you do it. You need to wake up in Brahma Muhurtam and start doing. You need to sit in Padmasana for hours and able to perform your office, or any activities of your life, I tell you, even in your office, in your work, in your workplace, if you can sit in Padmasana and do it, you will bring so much good to you and to others. I tell you, see, just lying relaxed way, you can't get angry. If you have to get angry, agitated, you have to sit up. Try. Just lying relaxed way, try to get angry, try to get agitated, try to scream, try to attend one phone call with your spouse by just lying relaxed way. No, it is not possible. To attend the call from spouse, you have to wake up, you have to get up and sit because there's a lot will be happening in that call. Understand? The posture in which your body is and the action and reaction of your mind is connected. It is connected. That is why I am saying, if you sit in Padmasana, whether you are an engineer, doctor, lawyer, whatever, maybe your career, your profession, whenever you need to sit, if you sit in Padmasana and perform your responsibilities, activities, you will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response, Turiya and Turiyatita response for life continuous. I tell you, not only when you are attending to satsang, even while you are attending to your office, your work. Now, of course, all of you, at least most of you work from home. Even if you are working from office, try to sit as much as possible in Padmasana. Make yourself fully awake, alive. One great thing is the best possible state of consciousness means fully charged state of you can be achieved when you sit in Padmasana. That is why I insist, when you are attending to the satsang, when you are attending satsang, start sitting in Padmasana. May I request all of you all over the world. Now come to Padmasana, sit as much as you can. After a few minutes, if you change the posture, it's okay. But start. Start. Understand? Only if you start practicing, yoga brings the result. Powerful cognitions, only when you start living, it manifests as powers. Whether possibilities or power comes to only people who live it, who manifest it. I tell you, people who go on reading books but never practice or manifest, they become devils, demons, extreme cunningness. They develop a politicking mentality to manipulate even spiritual scriptures without using it for the right purpose. Armchair experts. Now I am telling you, understand? Even if you read about the beauty and greatness of waking up in morning, Brahma Muhurta, and doing yoga, doing Panchakriya, and doing puja for 10 years, listen about it for 20 years, but never started practicing, you are going to become demon, devil. You will only learn how to manipulate your knowledge. But I tell you, if you start practicing even one day, you will start understanding how it feels. Through this KAILASA, we bring everything from KAILASA to you, to your home, where you are. Everything we bring. For example, you are inspired to get up in Brahma Muhurtam and do yoga, but your laziness is more powerful in you than your powerful cognition or inspiration. Then we come with you, we come to you. To give proper customized spiritual service, helping you to complete with your laziness pattern. We have detailed understanding about why laziness, why tiredness, why boredom, why you don't feel like getting up early morning. See, I myself received this knowledge from my gurus and applied it in my life and experienced it. More than that, last 26 years, working with millions of people from all cultures, we have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. Understand? I received the science from my gurus. I perfected it in my life and started teaching last 26 years literally. Just recently we got few photographs where my guru is not only teaching to some of the Western disciples, he applying Aushadha for a Western disciple and healing him from the paralysis. Thanks to autobiography team, which is sitting in Tiruvannamalai and going to each and every house in Tiruvannamalai and old photo studios and collecting everything related to my life and my gurus. It's actually every statement I am making is getting substantiated with large amount of evidences, eyewitnesses, testimonial. So last 26 years, by teaching this science to the whole world, we perfected, due to our expertise in working with literally human beings from all cultures, all religions, all backgrounds, all nationality, how to help people from various culture, various background, various nationality, various health level, in a customized way, helping them to identify their patterns, why they start enjoying laziness, why they withdraw from life, what kind of a diet can help them to get out of that laziness, what is the powerful cognitions they need to get out of laziness, how to complete with their laziness, tiredness, boredom patterns, how to complete with self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt. We have mastered this science, working with millions of people This whole knowledge, I have organized it and now it is available in your bedroom. You, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. The last word is the punchline. Free of cost. Understand? We can help you in a customized way to identify why your laziness, tiredness, boredom, life negative patterns are more stronger than your inspiration, energy, powerful cognition. Sometimes the problem is as simple as too much of gas and fat, undigested shit in the stomach. All you need is 2 days of neem juice, turmeric milk, haritaki powder, castor oil, just 2-3 days. You are free from destroying almost 8 to 10 hours of your life. We can get you your time back. Your time means your life. We can get you at least 40% extra life back to you. I can guarantee. If you are living in the active condition per week 100 hours, we can make that easily into 150 hours. I'm giving you a rough number, like an example. Listen carefully. Per month, if you are in waking state, 100 hours, awakened state, half an hour, we can raise the 100 into easily 150 hours, even 200 hours. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life. Please understand, not just quality, quantity also. If you experience only half an hour Turiya, awakened state per month, we can drastically raise that into at least 25 hours. Understand? Wherever you are, we can help you through e-services. First, helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. Why life negativity? Why withdrawal from life? Why self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt? Why so much of tiredness, laziness? We can support you from your aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. That's the punchline. Understand? To get a wake-up call in your hotel, you know it's a special service they provide. Only in hotels you get wake-up call because you pay the hotel. So every wake-up call costs. You should know that. Just because Kailasa is providing this service freely, don't take it for granted. We first help you to identify your laziness patterns, and we help you to diagnose whether the pattern is only mental level or physical level. If it is physical level, we will help you to detox your body. Through haritaki, castor oil, neem juice, the spiritual prasadas from Paramashiva, and give you complete spiritual support. And then during morning Brahma Muhurta, exact Brahma Muhurta, we give you wake-up call. If you miss 1 or 2 days, it's okay. We will support you again, inspire you, encourage. We won't give up. Step by step, we make sure you move from your couch, along with your couch, to Kailasa. Couch to Kailasa. Kailasa sitting in your couch. Like yesterday and today we are celebrating Sundaramurti Nayanar's Guru Puja. He went to Kailasa sitting on his white elephant. Same way, you can go to Kailasa sitting on your couch. வெள்ளையானை மீதேறி கைலை சென்ற சுந்தரர் போலே இருக்கின்ற இருக்கையில் அமர்ந்தவாறே கைலை செல்லும் வழிமுறையே கைலாசம். Kailasa provides this spiritual service to you. Understand? The service you are receiving drastically increases the quality of your life, quantity of your life, makes you make more money, more happiness, better relationships. Because when we remove all the irritation, anger, feeling violated, toxins from your system, all your relationships become amazing, matured, great. Understand? We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. Understand? Kailasa brings everything, and once you start living the spiritual routine, we will make sure you manifest powers of Paramashiva. We won't stop just good life, giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. I have the photographs of my Guru teaching yoga to his Western disciples. and applying aushadha to heal the person from paralytic attack. The person had a paralytic attack, so he was applying aushadha. You can see in his hand, he himself personally applying aushadha and healing that person. He is personally taking classes and teaching yoga to the disciples from around the world. This is just near Tiruvannamalai temple. Thanks to autobiography team, they got more photographs. I'll be sharing with you all. Understand? I think these photos are taken in 1990s. From that time, we perfected the science. Now, we are bringing the science to your home, to your couch, free of cost. The most ancient, best way of life and best kept sacred secrets. All these years, these secrets were kept inside the monastery, handed over only from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple. The secrets kept inside the Siddha Paramparas, Siddha tradition. Now, not only I practice all of that in my life and manifested it by teaching to millions of people last 26 years. We have perfected the science of teaching, enriching and enriching. Asajjana, sajjana sangi, sangat karodi, tu satyam abhiha satyam, pushpashrayat sambu, shiro adhiruta bibilika, sumbadi chandrabimbam. I'll give the translation. This is from Mahasubhashita Sangraha, verse 6571 and 6572 verse. I'll read out the translation. Like how the ant, which just by sitting on a flower, climbs and adorns the head of Paramashiva, and also touches the moon on Paramashiva's head, even a malignous man, by beginning in the company of Satsanga, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. Please understand, the power of Satsanga can raise you to Kailasa directly. Whatever knowledge I received from my gurus, perfected it by living and manifesting it, and perfected the science of teaching by teaching to millions of modern day human beings all over the world, from all culture, all races, all nationality, all color, all creed, all gender, all types of beings. This whole science is coming to your home, catered to you, customized to you, free of cost, is KAILASA. We were providing this service last many years. Now in an organized way we are beginning in 100 places from today. expanding it to 108 places, time zones. Please send an email to eKailasa for e-passport. We provide e-passport, and which is free of cost, and we provide all these services. Free library service, free e-Gurukul, free completion sessions, very customized. Guided meditation process personally by me, and Vakyartha Sadas. So please sign up for e-passport and avail of this. kailasa.org/e-passport right now. I'll give you time now, few minutes. Please sign up now. Even if you signed up earlier, please sign up now, because from today we are organizing and providing these services through Zoom. The eKailasa services are beginning from today. So even if you have signed up earlier, please sign up now again, so we can start providing from today the e-passport and eKailasa services.
நித்யானந்த நாமம் சொல்லி பாடுங்கடி ஏலேலோ, சத்குருவ போற்றி இங்கே பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ. நித்யானந்த நாமம் சொல்லி பாடுங்கடி ஏலேலோ, சத்குருவ போற்றி இங்கே பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ. நல்ல நல்ல தியானம் தந்து நம்ம கரை சேர்த்தாரு, நம்ம கரை சேர்த்தாரு, நம்ம கரை சேர்த்தாரு. என்றும் நித்திய ஆனந்தமா உசுருக்குள்ள பூத்தாரு, என்றும் நித்திய ஆனந்தமா உசுருக்குள்ள பூத்தாரு, உசுருக்குள்ள பூத்தாரு. சாமியோட வார்த்தை எல்லாம் ஒவ்வொன்றுமே மந்திரம், சாமி பெற்ற கேட்க வானம் கூட மண்ணில் வந்திடும். சாமியோட வார்த்தை எல்லாம் ஒவ்வொன்றுமே மந்திரம், சாமி பெற்ற கேட்க வானம் கூட மண்ணில் வந்திடும். சாமியோட சிரிப்பு சத்தம் பூமி மொத்தம் மயங்கிடும், சாமியோட சிரிப்பு சத்தம் பூமி மொத்தம் மயங்கிடும். என்ன சொல்ல வார்த்தை இல்ல உசுறு பாடும் வந்தனோ, என்ன சொல்ல வார்த்தை இல்ல உசுறு பாடும் வந்தனோ, உசுறு பாடும் வந்தனோ. என்று நம்ம சாமியோட அன்புக்கு இங்கே கிடையாது, மடியில தாளாட்டிடும் தாயாகவும் ஆனாரு. என்று நம்ம சாமியோட அன்புக்கு இங்கே கிடையாது, மடியில தாளாட்டிடும் தாயாகவும் ஆனாரு. 100 கண்ணு போதாது நம்ம சாமி அழக பார்க்கவே, 100 கண்ணு போதாது நம்ம சாமி அழக பார்க்கவே. ஜென்மம் கொண்டு நாமும் வந்தோம் சாமி கூட வாழவே, ஜென்மம் கொண்டு நாமும் வந்தோம் சாமி கூட வாழவே, சாமி கூட வாழவே. நோயதனம் தீர்த்திடவே சக்தியும் தந்தாரு, தீயவரும் நெஞ்சுருகும் தூய உள்ளம் கொண்டாரு. நோயதனம் தீர்த்திடவே சக்தியும் தந்தாரு, தீயவரும் நெஞ்சுருகும் தூய உள்ளம் கொண்டாரு. அம்மையப்ப ஞான குரு காத்திடவே வந்தாரு, அம்மையப்ப ஞான குரு காத்திடவே வந்தாரு. பெத்த புள்ளையாகி நம்ம தாயாகவும் ஆனாரு, பெத்த புள்ளையாகி நம்ம தாயாகவும் ஆனாரு. ஆலமர அடியினிலே கோயிலையும் கொண்டாரு, அல்லல் படும் உசுருக்கெல்லாம் வள்ளல் நிழல் தந்தாரு. ஆலமர அடியினிலே கோயிலையும் கொண்டாரு, அல்லல் படும் உசுருக்கெல்லாம் வள்ளல் நிழல் தந்தாரு. நித்த நித்த ஆனந்தத்தை ஊத்தெடுக்க செஞ்சாரு, நித்த நித்த ஆனந்தத்தை ஊத்தெடுக்க செஞ்சாரு. புத்தம் புது வாழ்க்கையத்தான் நாளும் காண வச்சாரு, புத்தம் புது வாழ்க்கையத்தான் நாளும் காண வச்சாரு. அத்தனைக்கும் ஆசைப்பட நினைக்கும் போது ஏனுங்க, கவலைய பார்த்து நாம அஞ்சிடணும் சொல்லுங்க. அத்தனைக்கும் ஆசைப்பட நினைக்கும் போது ஏனுங்க, கவலைய பார்த்து நாம அஞ்சிடணும் சொல்லுங்க. ஆசை அளவுக்கு தான் கவலை ஆசைய குறைக்க இப்ப நிம்மதியும் பூக்குதே, ஆசைய குறைக்க இப்ப நிம்மதியும் பூக்குதே. கொண்டோமே துக்கந்தரு மனச கொஞ்சம் சாமி தேட சொன்னாரு. பல வேதனைய நெஞ்சுக்குள்ள கொண்டோமே துக்கந்தரு மனச கொஞ்சம் சாமி தேட சொன்னாரு. தேடும்போது மனசு வெறும் வார்த்தைன்னு கண்டோமே, தேடும்போது மனசு வெறும் வார்த்தைன்னு கண்டோமே. வேதனையும் வேடிக்கையா மாறாத வென்றோமே, வேதனையும் வேடிக்கையா மாறாத வென்றோமே. அச்சங்கண்டு நாம் முன்னதும் ஓடி ஒளிஞ்சு வந்தோமே, ஓட ஓட நிழல போல தொடரும்னு சொன்னாரு. அச்சங்கண்டு நாம் முன்னதும் ஓடி ஒளிஞ்சு வந்தோமே, ஓட ஓட நிழல போல தொடரும்னு சொன்னாரு. பயத்துக்குள் பயந்திடாம ஆழ்ந்து போக வச்சாரு, பயத்துக்குள் பயந்திடாம ஆழ்ந்து போக வச்சாரு. பயம் நம்ம பார்த்து இப்ப பயந்து ஓட கண்டோமே, பயம் நம்ம பார்த்து இப்ப பயந்து ஓட கண்டோமே. குழப்பத்தை பார்த்து நாம குழம்ப தேவையில்லைங்க, குழப்பத்தை குழப்பம் விதம் சாமியும் தான் தந்தாரு. குழப்பத்தை பார்த்து நாம குழம்ப தேவையில்லைங்க, குழப்பத்தை குழப்பம் விதம் சாமியும் தான் தந்தாரு. தெளிவனுக்குள்ள வரும் கர்ப்பம் அது என்றாரு, தெளிவனுக்குள்ள வரும் கர்ப்பம் அது என்றாரு. கையாளும் சூட்சமத்தை நமக்கு கத்து தந்தாரு, கையாளும் சூட்சமத்தை நமக்கு கத்து தந்தாரு. கற்பனைகளாலனதும் ஏங்கி மனோ நொந்தோமே, நெஜத்தையும் ஏத்துக்கவே ஏக்கம் தட போடுமே. கற்பனைகளாலனதும் ஏங்கி மனோ நொந்தோமே, நெஜத்தையும் ஏத்துக்கவே ஏக்கம் தட போடுமே. நெஜத்துல வாழுறது சொர்க்கம்னு சொன்னாரு, நெஜத்துல வாழுறது சொர்க்கம்னு சொன்னாரு. கற்பனைங்க ஓட அங்க ஆனந்தமும் கூடுதே, கற்பனைங்க ஓட அங்க ஆனந்தமும் கூடுதே. போகுமே சபமா மாறும் கோவம் எல்லாம் மீறும் போதுமே, கோவத்தை அடக்காது ஆபத்தாக போகுமே. சபமா மாறும் கோவம் எல்லாம் மீறும் போதுமே. கோவம் ஒரு சக்தின்னு சாமியும் தான் சொன்னாரு, கோவம் ஒரு சக்தின்னு சாமியும் தான் சொன்னாரு. கட்டுப்படும் வண்டி மாடும் ஊரு சேரும் என்றாரே, கட்டுப்படும் வண்டி மாடும் ஊரு சேரும் என்றாரே. நான் கடவுள் என்று சொல்ல நானும் வரல கேளுங்க, நீங்களும் கடவுள்னு காட்ட வந்தேன் பாருங்க. நான் கடவுள் என்று சொல்ல நானும் வரல கேளுங்க, நீங்களும் கடவுள்னு காட்ட வந்தேன் பாருங்க. சொன்ன நம்ம சாமியையும் ஆனந்தமா போற்றியே, சொன்ன நம்ம சாமியையும் ஆனந்தமா போற்றியே. உசுருள்ள காலம் மட்டும் பாடிடுவோம் எலேலோ, உசுருள்ள காலம் மட்டும் பாடிடுவோம் எலேலோ, உசுருள்ள காலம் மட்டும் பாடிடுவோம் எலேலோ, உசுருள்ள காலம் மட்டும் பாடிடுவோம் எலேலோ. நித்யானந்த நாம சொல்லி பாடுங்கடி எலேலோ, சத்குருவ போட்டு இங்கே பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ. நித்யானந்த நாம சொல்லி பாடுங்கடி எலேலோ, சத்குருவ போட்டு இங்கே பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ, பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ, பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ. நித்யானந்த நாம சொல்லி பாடுங்கடி எலேலோ, சத்குருவ போட்டு இங்கே பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ. நித்யானந்த நாம சொல்லி பாடுங்கடி எலேலோ, சத்குருவ போட்டு இங்கே பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ. நல்ல நல்ல ஞான தந்து நம்ம கரை சேர்த்தாரு, நம்ம கரை சேர்த்தாரு, நம்ம கரை சேர்த்தாரு. என்று நித்ய ஆனந்தமா உசுருக்குள்ள பூத்தாரு, என்று நித்ய ஆனந்தமா உசுருக்குள்ள பூத்தாரு, என்று நித்ய ஆனந்தமா உசுருக்குள்ள பூத்தாரு, என்று நித்ய ஆனந்தமா உசுருக்குள்ள பூத்தாரு. நித்யானந்த நாம சொல்லி பாடுங்கடி எலேலோ, சத்குருவ போட்டு இங்கே பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ. நித்யானந்த நாம சொல்லி பாடுங்கடி எலேலோ, சத்குருவ போட்டு இங்கே பாட வந்தேன் தாலேலோ, சத்குருவ போட்டு இங்கே பாட எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்த்திடாம ஓடிடும். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மனம் சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
Understand? Whole world should become e-Kailasian. Because we need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. Understand? We should reach out to the whole world and make the whole world as Kailasians. Today, we are formally expanding the services to 108 places in all 24 time zones. Next 1 week, we are dedicating it to organizing ourselves and expanding this KAILASA service to the whole world. Reaching out at least to 1 million people. Every human being should be given the science of enlightenment. Enlightenment is birthright of human being, all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss. Nithyananda, thank you, be blissful.
श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनुइक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव श्री ज्ञान सम्बन्ध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasada
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om.
Nithyananda, let's start the power manifestation session. Let's sit straight. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. And let's start with Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramadukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyavilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, such a beautiful darshan, initiation, and satsang's powerful cognition for us to go beyond this pandemic fatigue, the reactionary assumptions, all the hate speech inside us, upon us, by us. Beyond that, such a beautiful space of Paramashanta Swarupa, the non-violent space, is there for everyone to experience. With that space, let's start the power manifestation today. First, we'll go to the security measures and disclaimers. Please read the security measures. What is power manifestation? Power manifestation is nothing but a cognitive shift that can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to ultimate powerfulness Turiyatita. Bhagavan has beautifully given us the power manifestation as conscious muscle building. Each time we shift our cognition from the delusionary world, from the pandemic fatigue, to the superconsciousness state, the heightened intelligence, the higher reality where we exist as Turiyatita, the consciousness that I am Paramashiva, the Aham. Bhagavan beautifully says, stay Aham, stay at home and stay Aham. Such beautiful space, instead of going at yours and go at you and you will discover you. So beautifully he says, when we shift, consciously we shift, that cognition happens inside us, that Aham is where we exist, not the delusionary assumptions. It raises the frequency of the body and mind, and ultimate powerfulness expresses as Turiyatita. Who is Paramashiva? Paramashiva is Ajomuha, living being, the Avyaktha and Vyaktha, unmanifest and manifest. He performs the Panchakritya, Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trabhava, and Anugraha. Satyojata phase, the 5 phases and 5 phases of Paramashiva. Satyojata phase, the manifestation is manifested, manifestation is sustained, manifestation is regenerated, manifestation is pulled out of delusion, manifestation is liberated. Vamadeva phase, Srishti, the sustenance. The sustenance is manifested, sustenance is sustained, sustenance is regenerated, sustenance is pulled out of delusion, sustenance is liberated. Agora phase, samhara happens. Regeneration is manifested, regeneration is sustained, regeneration is regenerated, regeneration is pulled out of delusion, regeneration is liberated. Tat Purusha phase, Throbhava happens. Throbhava is manifested, delusion is sustained, delusion is regenerated, delusion is pulled out of delusion, delusion is liberated. The Anugraha, liberation, Ishana phase. Anugraha is manifested, Anugraha is sustained, Anugraha is regenerated, Anugraha is pulled out of delusion, and Anugraha is liberated. Paramashiva, who has come down as our Guru, Swamiji, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is a reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. He is an avatar from and is a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has made science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based university for humanity. So which an order of Kailasa led by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diasporas are working for the global peace and give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, the extended campus in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source book of Hinduism and 64 arts, science of Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is 293rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita, ancient apex body of Hinduism, and present emperor of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has survived the worst prosecution of multiple assassination attempts on person and character of anti-Hindu element. Bhagavan has given the world the science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramanas are the Veda Agamas, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the Hindu source scriptures. The Apta Pramanas, the Rishis, Ganas, Munis, Lanamas, Siddhas, Alvars, and Yogis are the authority of Hinduism who as scientists who have time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. The Atma Pramanas are the avatars who land on the planet Earth to raise the humanity into superconscious being. Here, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar's personal experience of each power manifestation. Shakshi Pramanas are the experience of millions of disciple, devotees, followers, initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana, this is from Shiva Sutra 1.19. Shakti Sandhane Shariropatihi. By aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with the supreme power, the embodiment of that is which is cognized and willed, manifests at once in its length, breadth, depth, time, space, dimension. Such a beautiful sutra and a very powerful sutra. How, when we are in the coherence, when the dhyana happens, when all that we have, we are able to bring into one thought current on the self on Shakti. When we reside in Aham, when we decide to reside in Aham, in spite of the hate speech, in spite of what is happening around us, in spite of what is driven around us, we are able to settle in and get grounded on the Shakti, the space where we are in the oneness with Paramashiva. When we decide to be in that space continuously, and we understand breaking the boredom and tiredness, which is the layer on the aham, the oneness simply happens. The Shaktipada quantum entanglement happens, and that which is cognized and willed. When we are in that space of complete, only in surrender, in oneness with Paramashiva, the cognition and the willed will manifest at once. When the cognition matures, we understand that we are consciousness and we are not deluded by the outer world activities. So many great peoples understand that everything is consciousness, but they do not get connected to a guru, so they cannot experience the ultimate. When you have simple integrity with Bhagavan, in that space of aham, the Shaktipada happens. The Shaktipada is missed in so many places, so many people, because of simple integrity with Guru is not there. Only a Guru, the beautiful saying Bhagavan always says, first you have love for the master, and then love of the master happens. Only if you have a deeper understanding, deeper connection, you understand the love of the master, which becomes the master itself inside you, the Paramashiva itself inside you, and slowly, slowly you understand what is that you're cognizing. Slowly and slowly we are deluded into this illusionary world, the pandemic fatigue. And now with all the Panchabhuta literally doing the samhara, the regeneration which is happening, Bhagavan says it is very auspicious. It is doing the best and the good for the humanity. When the rejuvenation happening, it is not going to take off people's life, but it is going to take off the unconsciousness from people. When this delusionary assumption is removed, everybody aligns to the higher reality. The whole cosmos will be raised into the superconscious space. That is what Bhagavan says here, embodiment of that which is cognized and willed. Everybody starts understanding much deeper. Sorry for the technical. Everybody starts understanding much deeper and start living for the higher reality as their primary space and primary execution of action, that everything is happening as a manifestation of Shakti. Again and again, there is nothing for us to achieve or do or claim, or we attest our identity. There's only one thing for us to do is contribute and contribute, where the you is more happening than yours. When you start focusing on you rather than yours, Bhagavan says, unclutch happens so beautifully. The unclutch is from your to you. Only the dropping of one small letter, and simply you are in the aham, and you are in the oneness of Paramashiva. And so beautifully guided by Bhagavan. Again and again, when we understand the higher reality, we are not disturbed by anything which is happening around us, and we are very grounded into the space of enjoying the Paramashiva, your Guru space, your own space as your Guru inside you. The Paramashiva space inside you becomes more authentic than anything else. You enjoy that as the ultimate, melt in that as the ultimate. Simply that melting takes you to the higher cognition and make you understand the reality of manifesting at once any of this dimension, length, breadth, depth, time, or space, which is just matter, which can be changed as we willed when we are in oneness with Paramashiva. Such a beautiful Shastra Pramana from Shiva Sutra, the Apta Pramana, the Pusala Nayanar. Pusala Nayanar was one of the greatest Nayanar, where he did not have money to build a temple, and he built the temple in his depth. Every day he will come back home and take the Agama book And as per Agama, he built the temple inside his heart. Every day, sincerely, he would sit and completely every bit of it, he would sculpt inside his heart. Hridayeshwar temple. And when Paramashiva was called to inaugurate the temple, consecrate the temple, the very same day the king had called when he built the greatest temple. But Paramashiva told in the king's dream that he has another appointment, and king comes running to see who is that who is building a greater temple than me, that Paramashiva wanted to go. And he realized how Pusalar Nayanar beautifully built the temple in his heart. And to the greatest surprise, Pusalar Nayanar's temple was taken out from his depth and placed as real temple. Even now, everybody can go and see the temple is available in the South India. It's Hridayeshwar temple in Tamil Nadu. And the sculpting marks are not there because it was not hand sculpted. It is sculpted through the heart. So it's so soft and beautiful. When your heart becomes liquid and soft, you become the Aham. More and more it solidifies. You are working through your mind. Beautifully, when you are more into your heart and spreading the love and bliss of only the residing of Bhagavan inside you, you will simply manifest any reality. Pusala Nayanar was able to build a beautiful temple and bring it to reality. Atma Pramana, Bhagavan had materialized Lord Lakshmi deity for Sri Bhairavananda Ayya when he was visiting, and he has put that deity in the visiting card. This is a sample of the deity, and so beautiful. He was so happy to have a Lakshmi deity materialized by Bhagavan himself. The Shakshi Pramanas, we have millions of devotee, disciple, and followers who have experienced different levels of the materialization happening. You can see the Balasans having the pearls and one small silver piece. And here we have one more devotee who have experienced the materialization on Bhagavan's photo, Atma Murti. And here again on the yantra, and the materialization has happened. Now let us go to the first round. Let us clear the place. There is no sandalwood, vibhuti, kumkum, gold dust, nothing. Make sure everything is clean on your palm, paduka. You can keep a deity, you can keep the paduka. Everything, make sure you have a video, which is phenomenal when you see it in recording what has happened. Again and again, you will play it at least 100 times to see amazing materialization just happening from nowhere. So make sure you video record everything with the timestamp. So after a few years, you will be shocked to see how you started materializing. So now let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Continuously remember Bhagavan in your third eye. Remembrance is liberation. Again and again, when you remember Bhagavan in your third eye, you are liberated. Absolute unclutching. How Bhagavan said, from yours, everything is yours. Any conversation which is going in your mind is because of the identity that you carry. From that identity, become the self. Become who you are. Who is giving the power to that mind and the identity? When you look in, you fall into the higher reality. Complete completion with the experiencing the space of Paramashiva. When you understand this whole delusionary illusion, the world is only mithya. It is dream. There is nothing to achieve, nothing to gain, nothing to lose. Bhagavan beautifully says, you understand that there is nothing to be violated about. You will simply understand that nothing can be taken away from you or nothing can be added. It is such a beautiful space of infinite possibility, all inclusive. Such a beautiful space you will start experiencing when you little bit let go the your to you. Oneness with Paramashiva when you are breaking the boredom and tiredness, because you are not able to fulfill yourself with the outer world, because outer world does not exist, you can never fulfill with something which does not exist. So it is leading you to boredom and tiredness. When you have this clarity on this boredom and tiredness, you will make it redundant, because you will go towards what is more real. The outer world can never fulfill you, never achieve anything, because it does not exist. It is just mithya, it is just a shadow, it is a mirage. How much ever you try to catch the mirage, it's never going to be possible. It looks real from far, but it's nothing from near. Understanding that very clearly, the illusionary assumptions that we have and delusionary reactions that we throw, both are not even part of us. It does not even exist in us. When we become very clear, the complete completion, the unclutch space starts happening in us. When we start seeking for that space, Bhagavan says, what is the context you live? That becomes your reality. The context sensitive, it's very important that you seek for the higher reality again and again. Who is that who is making me do this? What is that is you versus yours? Contemplate on the words that Bhagavan is giving. You will simply fall into the aham, Bhagavan says. And declare very clearly simple integrity, simple obedience with your Guru. That Paramashiva is your only space. He will make it happen. Have the clarity that Bhagavan is ultimate. Avayar, when she had to take Thiruvalluvar to the king and say what he has given as the whole poem, the poet was completely rejected by other scholars. But Avayar went and said, I will throw into the river and let Paramashiva bring it back and give it if the true value of these are standing. So as she prays to Bhagavan, Paramashiva, and throws the whole, the leaf that has been written into the river, it simply brings it back and gives it handed over in a beautiful lotus to the king. When they saw this miracle, they simply understood that it is accepted and Paramashiva is only manifesting everything as reality. Such confidence, such powerfulness that anything is done by Paramashiva. Everything, everything. If your whole body is functioning, whole universe is functioning by Paramashiva, small materialization surely can happen. Declare your space as Paramashiva. Be very clear that Paramashiva is going to manifest through you. And simply he will show how he manifests through you. In a deep listening, your whole being vibrates. Chant from your navel center, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. When you chant again and again, it raises your frequency. This is a simple passcode that Bhagavan has given, and simply you'll manifest as reality when you start chanting deeply. So continuously unclutch, contemplate on Bhagavan's truth, and remember Bhagavan in your third eye and chant the Mahavakya. You'll manifest any power. Now let's sit straight, make sure everything is clean, set the video recording. Now for 10 minutes, intensely let's chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting, we'll play the oneness. Nithyanandam, so beautiful to experience Parashakti manifesting, you unclutching and experiencing the space. Have the will persistence continuously. That is why it says cognize and build. Build is your determination that you are in the now. Continuously heightened awareness. When you continuously be in the now, again and again unclutching every thought, not falling into any of the confusion or delusion. Again and again, every thought which arises, unclutch from that. Continuously staying and contemplating on Bhagavan's truth, not let the mind just delude you, but bring your backs to your awareness, the heightened intelligence. When you touch the Turiya state, continuously you fall into Turiya Tita. The Turiya Tita is who you are and not yours. The mind which just pulls into and make it yours. If you come to the now and continuously stay in the now with heightened awareness that now is the whole space that you want to experience and have the Shakti Pada, your darshan today morning that you had in now, again and again, remembrance of Bhagavan, contemplate on that and more fall into the beautiful space of you rejoicing, enjoying that now, that Bhagavan's presence is what you cherish the most. You start doing that, simple integrity with Bhagavan happens. Simply you'll fall into the Turiyatita, the conscious state. So let's again wipe everything, stop and restart the recording. And again, we'll have 10 minutes capsule here and we will materialize the Vibhuti. Again and again, you will see the manifestation happen when intensely you hold your space in the now, enjoying Paramashiva's darshan in your third eye, continuously chanting the Mahavakya, unclutching whatever comes again and again to pull you and delude you, continuously unclutch. Contemplate on Bhagavan's truth that he said again and again will bring you to the space of Paramashiva. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye? Again and again chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's chant for another 10 minutes and experience the oneness and simply manifest the reality. Bhagavan himself will show you the power of materialization when you simply surrender the your and be only in the you, the aham, again and again and again. Heightened awareness and continuously staying in the now and unclutching every thought that is happening to you. Let's chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We'll play the oneness capsule and chant Mahavakya for another 10 minutes. Nithyanandam, such a beautiful experience. Please go ahead and share it in tinyurl.com/power manifestation in Sri Kailasha Courtyard Manifesting Power Group. Bhagavan himself blesses all these power manifestation. And more than that, every time you share, you enrich and enrich continuously by unclutching, and you experience all these higher states of consciousness becomes a reality when you share with the world. Wherever possible, to whoever possible, keep on sharing all these great truths. It will simply become reality. And such a beautiful thing, cause others for Paramashiva Ganas, the beautiful programs that Bhagavan himself has given us to serve the world, to contribute continuously. Only by that we lose our identity, which we have built so strongly, not by just completing, but taking up the responsibility for the world. We become the world itself, understanding the aham more and more in depth. So take the responsibility completely in an unclutched way. Share your cognition, powerful cognition and power manifestation continuously to the world. And you can share others' powerful cognition and power manifestation also to bring more people to Bhagavan. Cause others for higher reality. Please share in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. With that, let's surrender all this powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet again and again. By surrendering all this powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet, we raise in frequency with a deep seeking and gratitude. Ask Bhagavan to make the Turiyatita state as your reality. Again and again, in the space of oneness, remember Paramashiva in your third eye. And let's end with the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for participating. Make sure you don't miss the Kailash Courtyard sessions, Bhagavan's beautiful, very strong initiations to next superconscious levels. So don't miss it. Bring your family and friends for the power manifestation sessions. Nithyanandam.